Bolden's Pets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Darvinia. Bolden's Pets by Floyd L. Wallace. The price of life was a life for a life, which was all the reward the victim looked for. His hands were shaking as he exhibited the gifts. If he were on Earth, he would be certain it was the flu. In the Centaurus system, Kranken. But this was Van Damas, so Lee Bolden couldn't say what he had. Man hadn't been here long enough to investigate the diseases with any degree of thoroughness. There were always different hazards to overcome as new planets were settled. But whatever infection he had, Bolden was not greatly concerned as he counted out the gifts. He had felt the onset of illness perhaps an hour before. When he got back to the settlement, he'd be taken care of. That was half a day's flight from here. The base was equipped with the best medical facilities that had been devised. He stacked up the gifts to make an impressive show. 5 pairs of radar goggles, 7 high-velocity carbines, 7 boxes of ammunition. This was the native's own rule and was never to be disregarded. It had to be an odd number of gifts. The Van Damas native gazed impassively at the heap. He carried a rather strange bow, and a quiver was strapped to his thigh. With one exception, the arrows were brightly colored, mostly red and yellow. Bolden supposed this was for easy recovery in case the shot missed. But there was always one arrow that was stained dark blue. Bolden had observed this before. No native was ever without that one somber-looking arrow. The man of Van Damas stood there, and the thin robe that was no protection against the elements rippled slightly in the chill current of air that flowed down the mountainside. "I will go talk with the others," he said in English. "Go talk," said Bolden, trying not to shiver. He replied in native speech, but a few words exhausted his knowledge, and he had to revert to his own language. "Take the gifts with you. They are yours, no matter what you decide." The native nodded and reached for a pair of goggles. He tried them on, looking out over fog and mist-shrouded slopes. These people of Van Damas needed radar less than any race Bolden knew of. Living by preference in mountains, they had developed a keenness of vision that enabled them to see through the perpetual fog and mist far better than any Earthman. Paradoxically, it was the goggles they appreciated most. Extending their sight seemed more precious to them than powerful carbines. The native shoved the goggles up on his forehead, smiling with pleasure. Noticing that Bolden was shivering, he took his hands and examined them. "Hands sick?" he queried. "A little," said Bolden. "I'll be all right in the morning." The native gathered up the gifts. "Go talk," he repeated as he went away. Lee Bolden sat in the copter and waited. He didn't know how much influence this native had with his people. He had come to negotiate, but this might have been because he understood English somewhat better than the others. A council of the natives would make the decision about working for the Earthmen's settlement. If they approved of the gifts, they probably would. There was nothing to do now but wait. And shiver. His hands were getting numb, and his feet weren't much better. Presently the native came out of the fog carrying a rectangular wicker basket. Bolden was depressed when he saw it. 1 gift in return for goggles, carbines, ammunition. The rate of exchange was not favorable. Neither would the reply be. The man set the basket down and waited for Bolden to speak. "The people have talked?" asked Bolden. "We have talked to come," said the native, holding out his fingers. "In 5 or 7 days we come." It was a surprise, a pleasant one. Did 1 wicker basket equal so many fine products of superlative technology? Apparently it did. The natives had different values. To them, 1 pair of goggles was worth more than 3 carbines. A package of needles easily the equivalent of a box of ammunition. "It's good you will come. I will leave at once to tell them at the settlement," said Bolden. There was something moving in the basket, but the weave was close and he couldn't see through it. "Stay," the man advised. "A storm blows through the mountains." "I'll fly around the storm," said Bolden. If he hadn't been sick he might have accepted the offer, but he had to get back to the settlement for treatment. On a strange planet you never could tell what might develop from a seemingly minor ailment. Besides, he'd already been gone 2 days, searching for this tribe in the interminable fog that hung over the mountains. Those waiting at the base would want him back as soon as he could get there. "Fly far around," said the man. "It is a big storm." He took up the basket and held it level with the cabin, opening the top. An animal squirmed out and disappeared inside. Bolden looked askance at the eyes that glowed in the dim interior. He hadn't seen clearly what the creature was, and he didn't like the idea of having it loose in the cabin, particularly if he had to fly through a storm. The man should have left it in the basket. But the basket plus the animal would have been 2 gifts, and the natives never considered anything in even numbers. "It will not hurt," said the man. "A gentle pet." As far as he knew, there were no pets and very few domesticated animals. Bolden snapped on the cabin light. It was one of those mysterious creatures every tribe kept in cages near the outskirts of their camps. What they did with them no one knew, and the natives either found it impossible to explain or did not care to do so. It seemed unlikely that the creatures were used for food, and certainly they were not work animals. And in spite of what this man said, they were not pets either. No Earthman had ever seen a native touch them, nor had the creatures ever been seen wandering at large in the camp. And until now, none had been permitted to pass into Earth's possession. The scientists at the settlement would regard this acquisition with delight. "Touch it," said the native. Bolden held out his trembling hand, and the animal came to him with alert and friendly yellow eyes. It was about the size of a rather small dog, but it didn't look much like one. It resembled more closely a tiny, slender bear with a glossy and shaggy cinnamon coat. Bolden ran his hands through the clean-smelling fur, and the touch warmed his fingers. The animal squirmed and licked his fingers. "It has got your taste," said the native. "Be all right now. It is yours." He turned and walked into the mist. Bolden got in and started the motors while the animal climbed into the seat beside him. It was a friendly thing, and he couldn't understand why the natives always kept it caged. He headed straight up, looking for a way over the mountains to avoid the impending storm. Fog made it difficult to tell where the peaks were, and he had to drop lower, following meandering valleys. He flew as swiftly as limited visibility would allow, but he hadn't gone far when the storm broke. He tried to go over the top of it, but this storm seemed to have no top. The region was incompletely mapped, and even radar wasn't much help in the tremendous electrical display that raged around the ship. His arms ached as he clung to the controls. His hands weren't actually cold, they were numb. His legs were leaden. The creature crept closer to him, and he had to nudge it away. Momentarily the distraction cleared his head. He couldn't put it off any longer. He had to land and wait out the storm. If he could find a place to land. Flexing his hands until he worked some feeling into them, he inched the ship lower. A canyon wall loomed at one side, and he had to veer away and keep on looking. Eventually he found his refuge, a narrow valley where the force of the winds was not extreme, and he set the land anchor. Unless something drastic happened, it would hold. He made the seat into a bed, decided he was too tired to eat, and went directly to sleep. When he awakened, the storm was still raging, and the little animal was snoozing by his side. He felt well enough to eat. The native hadn't explained what the animal should be fed, but had accepted everything Bolden offered. Apparently, it was as omnivorous as man. Before lying down again, he made the other seat into a bed, although it didn't seem to matter. The creature preferred being as close to him as it could get, and he didn't object. The warmth was comforting. Alternately dozing and waking, he waited out the storm. It lasted a day and a half. Finally the sun was shining. This was 2 days since he had first fallen ill, 4 days after leaving the settlement. Bolden felt much improved. His hands were nearly normal, and his vision wasn't blurred. He looked at the little animal curled in his lap, gazing up at him with solemn yellow eyes. If he gave it encouragement, it would probably be crawling all over him. However, he couldn't have it frisking around while he was flying. "Come, pet," he said. There wasn't anything else to call it. "You're going places." Picking it up, half carrying and half dragging it, he took it to the rear of the compartment, improvising a narrow cage back there. He was satisfied it would hold. He should have done this in the beginning. Of course, he hadn't felt like it then, and he hadn't had the time. And anyway, the native would have resented such treatment of a gift. Probably it was best he had waited. His pet didn't like confinement. It whined softly for a while. The noise stopped when the motors roared. Bolden headed straight up until he was high enough to establish communication over the peaks. He made a brief report about the native's agreement and his own illness, then he started home. He flew at top speed for 10 hours. He satisfied his hunger by nibbling concentrated rations from time to time. The animal whined occasionally, but Bolden had learned to identify the sounds it made. It was neither hungry nor thirsty. It merely wanted to be near him. And all he wanted was to reach the base. The raw, sprawling settlement looked good as he sat the copter down. Mechanics came running from the hangars. They opened the door, and he stepped out. And fell on his face. There was no feeling in his hands, and none in his legs. He hadn't recovered. Dr. Kessler peered at him through the microscreen. It gave his face a narrow, insubstantial appearance. The microscreen was a hemispherical force field enclosing his head. It originated in a tubular circlet that snapped around his throat at the top of the decontagion suit. The field killed all microlife that passed through it or came in contact with it. The decontagion suit was non-porous and impermeable, covering completely the rest of his body. The material was thinner over his hands and thicker at the soles. Bolden took in the details at a glance. "Is it serious?" he asked, his voice cracking with the effort. "Merely a precaution," said the doctor hollowly. The microscreen distorted sound as well as sight. "Merely a precaution. We know what it is, but we're not sure of the best way to treat it." Bolden grunted to himself. The microscreen and decontagion suit were strong precautions. The doctor wheeled a small machine from the wall and placed Bolden's hand in a narrow trough that held it steady. The eyepiece slid into the microscreen, and starting at the fingertips, Kessler examined the arm, traveling slowly upward. At last he stopped. "Is this where feeling ends?" "I think so. Touch it. Yeah, it's dead below there." "Good. Then we've got it pegged. It's the bubble death." Bolden showed concern, and the doctor laughed. "Don't worry. It's called that because of the way it looks through the X-ray microscope. It's true that it killed the scouting expedition that discovered the planet, but it won't get you." "They had antibiotics. Neobiotics, too." "Sure, but they had only a few standard kinds. Their knowledge was more limited, and they lacked the equipment we now have." The doctor made it sound comforting, but Bolden wasn't comforted. Not just yet. "Sit up and take a look," said Kessler, bending the eyepiece around so Bolden could use it. "The dark filamented lines are nerves. See what surrounds them?" Bolden watched as the doctor adjusted the focus for him. Each filament was covered with countless tiny spheres that isolated and insulated the nerve from contact. That's why he couldn't feel anything. The spherical microbes did look like little bubbles. As yet they didn't seem to have attacked the nerves directly. While he watched, the doctor swiveled out another eyepiece for his own use and turned a knob on the side of the machine. From the lens next to his arm, an almost invisible needle slid out and entered his flesh. Bolden could see it come into the field of view. It didn't hurt. Slowly it approached the dark branching filament, never quite touching it. The needle was hollow, and as Kessler squeezed the knob it sucked in the spheres. The needle extended a snout which crept along the nerve, vacuuming in microbes as it moved. When a section had been cleansed, the snout was retracted. Bolden could feel the needle then. When the doctor finished, he laid Bolden's hand back at his side and wheeled the machine to the wall, extracting a small capsule which he dropped into a slot that led to the outside. He came back and sat down. "Is that what you're going to do?" asked Bolden. "Scrape them off?" "Hardly. There are too many nerves. If we had 10 machines and enough people to operate them, we might check the advance in one arm. That's all." The doctor leaned back in the chair. "No, I was collecting a few more samples. We're trying to find out what the microbes react to." "More samples? Then you must have taken others." "Certainly. We put you out for a while to let you rest." The chair came down on 4 legs. "You've got a mild case. Either that, or you have a strong natural immunity. It's now been 3 days since you reported the first symptoms, and it isn't very advanced. It killed the entire scouting expedition in less time than that." Bolden looked at the ceiling. Eventually they'd find a cure. But would he be alive that long? "I suspect what you're thinking," said the doctor. "Don't overlook our special equipment. We already have specimens in the sonic accelerator. We've been able to speed up the life processes of the microbes about 10 times. Before the day is over, we'll know which of our anti and neobiotics they like the least. Tough little things so far. Unbelievably tough. But you can be sure we'll smack them." His mind was active, but outwardly Bolden was quiescent as the doctor continued his explanation. The disease attacked the superficial nervous system, beginning with the extremities. The bodies of the crew of the scouting expedition had been in an advanced state of decomposition when the medical rescue team reached them, and the microbes were no longer active. Nevertheless, it was a reasonable supposition that death had come shortly after the invading bacteria had reached the brain. Until then, though nerves were the route along which the microbes traveled, no irreparable damage had been done. This much was good news. Either he would recover completely or he would die. He would not be crippled permanently. Another factor in his favor was the sonic accelerator. By finding the natural resonance of the one-celled creature and gradually increasing the tempo of the sound field, the doctor could grow and test 10 generations in the laboratory while 1 generation was breeding in the body. Bolden was the first patient actually being observed with the disease, but the time element wasn't as bad as he had thought. "That's where you are," concluded Kessler. "Now, among other things, we've got to find where you've been." "The ship has an automatic log," said Bolden. "It indicates every place I landed." "True, but our grid coordinates are not exact. It will be a few years before we're able to look at a log and locate within 10 feet of where a ship has been." The doctor spread out a large photo map. There were several marks on it. He fastened a stereoscope viewer over Bolden's eyes and handed him a pencil. "Can you use this?" "I think so." His fingers were stiff and he couldn't feel, but he could mark with the pencil. Kessler moved the map nearer and the terrain sprang up in detail. In some cases he could see it more clearly than when he had been there, because on the map there was no fog. Bolden made a few corrections and the doctor took the map away and removed the viewer. "We'll have to stay away from these places until we get a cure. Did you notice anything peculiar in any of the places you went?" "It was all mountainous country." which probably means that we're safe on the plane. Were there any animals? Nothing that came close. Birds, maybe? More likely it was an insect. Well, we'll worry about the host and how it is transmitted. Try not to be upset. You're as safe as you would be on Earth." "Yeah," said Bolden. "Where's the pet?" The doctor laughed. "You did very well on that one. The biologists have been curious about the animal since the day they saw one in a native camp." "They can look at it as much as they want," said Bolden. "Nothing more on this one, though. It's a personal gift." "You're sure it's personal?" "The native said it was." The doctor sighed. "I'll tell them. They won't like it, but we can't argue with the natives if we want their cooperation." Bolden smiled. The animal was safe for at least 6 months. He could understand the biologists' curiosity, but there was enough to keep them curious for a long time on a new planet. And it was his. In a remarkably short time he had become attached to it. It was one of those rare things that man happened across occasionally, about once in every 5 planets. Useless, completely useless, the creature had one virtue. It liked man, and man liked it. It was a pet. "Okay," he said, "but you didn't tell me where it is." The doctor shrugged, but the gesture was lost in the shapeless decontagion suit. "Do you think we're letting it run in the streets? It's in the next room, under observation." The doctor was more concerned than he was letting on. The hospital was small, and animals were never kept in it. "It's not the carrier. I was sick before it was given to me." "You had something, we know that much. But was it this? Even granting that you're right, it was in contact with you and may now be infected." "I think life on this planet isn't bothered by the disease. The natives have been every place I went, and none of them seem to have it." "Didn't they?" said the doctor, going to the door. "Maybe. It's too early to say." He reeled a cord out of the wall and plugged it into the decontagion suit. He spread his legs and held his arms away from his sides. In an instant the suit glowed white hot. Only for an instant, and it was insulated inside. Even so, it must be uncomfortable. And the process would be repeated outside. The doctor wasn't taking any chances. "Try to sleep," he said. "Ring if there's a change in your condition, even if you think it's insignificant." "I'll ring," said Bolden. In a short time he fell asleep. It was easy to sleep. The nurse entered as quietly as she could in the decontagion outfit. It awakened Bolden. It was evening. He had slept most of the day. "Which one are you?" he asked. "The pretty one?" "All nurses are pretty if you get well. Here, swallow this." It was Peggy. He looked doubtfully at what she held out. "All of it?" "Certainly. You get it down and I'll see that it comes back up. The string won't hurt you." She passed a small instrument over his body, reading the dial she held in the other hand. The information, he knew, was being recorded elsewhere on a master chart. Apparently the instrument measured neural currents, and hence indirectly the progress of the disease. Already they had evolved new diagnostic techniques. He wished they'd made the same advance in treatment. After expertly reeling out the instrument he had swallowed, the nurse read it, and deposited it in a receptacle in the wall. She brought a tray and told him to eat. He wanted to question her, but she was insistent about it. So he ate. Allowance had been made for his partial paralysis. The food was liquid. It was probably nutritious, but he didn't care for the taste. She took the tray away and came back and sat beside him. "Now we can talk," she said. "What's going on?" he said bluntly. "When do I start getting shots? Nothing's been done for me so far." "I don't know what the doctor's working out for you. I'm just the nurse." "Don't try to tell me that," he said. "You're a doctor yourself. In a pinch you could take Kessler's place." "And I get my share of pinches," she said brightly. "Okay, so I'm a doctor, but only on Earth. Until I complete my off-planet internship here, I'm not allowed to practice." "You know as much about Vandamus as anyone does." "That may be," she said. "Now don't be alarmed, but the truth ought to be obvious. None of our anti or neobiotics, or combinations of them, have a positive effect. We're looking for something new." It should have been obvious. He had been hoping against that, though. He looked at the shapeless figure sitting beside him, and remembered Peggy as she usually looked. He wondered if they were any longer concerned with him as an individual. They must be working mainly to keep the disease from spreading. "What are my chances?" "Better than you think. We're looking for an additive that will make the biotics effective." He hadn't thought of that, though it was often used, particularly on newly settled planets. He had heard of a virus infection, common to Centaurus, that could be completely controlled by a shot of neobiotics plus aspirin, though separately neither was of any value. But the discovery of what substance should be added to what antibiotic was largely one of trial and error. That took time, and there wasn't much time. "What else?" he said. "That's about it. We're not trying to make you believe this isn't serious. But don't forget we're working 10 times as fast as the disease can multiply. We expect a break any moment." She got up. "Want a sedative for the night?" "I've got a sedative inside me. Looks like it will be permanent." "That's what I like about you. You're so cheerful," she said, leaning over and clipping something around his throat. "In case you're wondering, we're going to be busy tonight checking the microbe. We can put someone in with you, but we thought you'd rather have all of us working on it." "Sure," he said. "This is a body monitor. If you want anything, just call and we'll be here within minutes." "Thanks," he said. "I won't panic tonight." She plugged in the decontagion uniform, flashed it on, and then left the room. After she was gone, the body monitor no longer seemed reassuring. It was going to take something positive to pull him through. They were going to work through the night, but did they actually hope for success? What had Peggy said? None of the anti or neobiotics had a positive reaction. Unknowingly, she had let it slip. The reaction was negative. The bubble microbes actually grew faster in the medium that was supposed to stop them. It happened occasionally on strange planets. It was his bad luck that it was happening to him. He pushed the thoughts out of his mind and tried to sleep. He did for a time. When he awakened, he thought, at first, it was his arms that had aroused him. They seemed to be on fire, deep inside. To a limited extent, he still had control. He could move them, though there was no surface sensation. Interior nerves had not been greatly affected until now. But outside, the infection had crept up. It was no longer just above the wrists. It had reached his elbows and passed beyond. A few inches below his shoulder, he could feel nothing. The illness was accelerating. If they had ever thought of amputation, it was too late now. He resisted an impulse to cry out. A nurse would come and sit beside him, but he would be taking her from work that might save his life. The infection would reach his shoulders and move across his chest and back. It would travel up his throat, and he wouldn't be able to move his lips. It would paralyze his eyelids so that he couldn't blink. Maybe it would blind him, too. And then it would find ingress to his brain. The result would be a metabolic explosion. Swiftly each bodily function would stop altogether, or race wildly as the central nervous system was invaded, one regulatory center after the other blanking out. His body would be aflame, or it would smolder and flicker out. Death might be spectacular, or it could come very quietly. That was one reason he didn't call the nurse. The other was the noise. It was a low sound, half purr, half a coaxing growl. It was the animal the native had given him, confined in the next room. Bolden was not sure why he did what he did next. Instinct or reason may have governed his actions. But instinct and reason are divisive concepts that cannot apply to the human mind, which is actually indivisible. He got out of bed. Unable to stand, he rolled to the floor. He couldn't crawl very well because his hands wouldn't support his weight, so he crept along on his knees and elbows. It didn't hurt. Nothing hurt except the fire in his bones. He reached the door and straightened up on his knees. He raised his hand to the handle, but couldn't grasp it. After several trials, he abandoned the attempt and hooked his chin on the handle, pulling it down. The door opened and he was in the next room. The animal was whining louder now that he was near. Yellow eyes glowed at him from the corner. He crept to the cage. It was latched. The animal shivered eagerly, pressing against the side, striving to reach him. His hands were numb and he couldn't work the latch. The animal licked his fingers. It was easier after that. He couldn't feel what he was doing, but somehow he managed to unlatch it. The door swung open and the animal bounded out, knocking him to the floor. He didn't mind at all because now he was sure he was right. The natives had given him the animal for a purpose. Their own existence was meager, near the edge of extinction. They could not afford to keep something that wasn't useful. And this creature was useful. Tiny blue sparks crackled from the fur as it rubbed against him in the darkness. It was not whining. It rumbled and purred as it licked his hands and arms and rolled against his legs. After a while he was strong enough to crawl back to bed, leaning against the animal for support. He lifted himself up and fell across the bed in exhaustion. Blood didn't circulate well in his crippled body. The animal bounded up and tried to melt itself into his body. He couldn't push it away if he wanted. He didn't want to. He stirred and got himself into a more comfortable position. He wasn't going to die. In the morning, Bolden was awake long before the doctor came in. Kessler's face was haggard, and the smile was something he assumed solely for the patient's benefit. If he could have seen what the expression looked like after filtering through the microscreen, he would have abandoned it. "I see you're holding your own," he said with hollow cheerfulness. "We're doing quite well ourselves." "I'll bet," said Bolden. "Maybe you've got to the point where one of the antibiotics doesn't actually stimulate the growth of the microbes?" "I was afraid you'd find it out," sighed the doctor. "We can't keep everything from you. You could have given me a shot of plasma and said it was a powerful new drug." "That idea went out of medical treatment a couple of 100 years ago," said the doctor. "You'd feel worse when you failed to show improvement. Settling a planet isn't easy, and the dangers aren't imaginary. You've got to be able to face facts as they come." He peered uncertainly at Bolden. The microscreen distorted his vision too. "We're making progress, though it may not seem so to you. When a mixture of a calcium salt plus 2 antihistamines is added to a certain neobiotic, the result is that the microbe grows no faster than it should. Switching the ingredients here and there, maybe it ought to be a potassium salt, and the first thing you know we'll have it stopped cold." "I doubt the effectiveness of those results," said Bolden. "In fact, I think you're on the wrong track. Try investigating the effects of neural induction." "What are you talking about?" said the doctor, coming closer and glancing suspiciously at the lump beside Bolden. "Do you feel dizzy? Is there anything else unusual that you notice?" "Don't shout at the patient." Bolden waggled his finger reprovingly. He was proud of the finger. He couldn't feel what he was doing, but he had control over it. "You, Kessler, should face the fact that a doctor can learn from a patient what the patient learned from the natives." But Kessler didn't hear what he said. He was looking at the upraised hand. "You're moving almost normally," he said. "Your own immunity factor is controlling the disease." "Sure, I've got an immunity factor," said Bolden. "The same one the natives have, only it's not inside my body." He rested his hand on the animal beneath the covers. It never wanted to leave him. It wouldn't have to. "I can set your mind at rest on one thing, Doctor. Natives are susceptible to the disease too. That's why they were able to recognize I had it. They gave me the cure and told me what it was, but I was unable to see it until it was nearly too late. Here it is." He turned back the covers and exposed the animal, sleeping peacefully on his legs, which raised its head and licked his fingers. He felt that. After an explanation, the doctor tempered his disapproval. It was an unsanitary practice, but he had to admit that the patient was much improved. Kessler verified the state of Bolden's health by extensive use of the X-ray microscope. Reluctantly, he wheeled the machine to the wall and covered it up. "The infection is definitely receding," he said. "There are previously infected areas in which I find it difficult to locate a single microbe. What I can't understand is how it's done. According to you, the animal doesn't break the skin with its tongue, and therefore nothing is released into the bloodstream. All that seems necessary is that the animal be near you." He shook his head behind the microscreen. "I don't think much of the electrical analogy you used." "I said the first thing I thought of. I don't know if that's the way it works, but it seems to me like a pretty fair guess." "The microbes do cluster around nerves," said the doctor. "We know that neural activity is partly electrical. If the level of that activity can be increased, the bacteria might be killed by ionic dissociation." He glanced speculatively at Bolden and the animal. "Perhaps you do borrow nervous energy from the animal. We might also find it possible to control the disease with an electrical current." "Don't try to find out on me," said Bolden. "I've been an experimental specimen long enough. Take somebody who's healthy. I'll stick with the natives' method." "I wasn't thinking of experiments in your condition. You're still not out of danger." Nevertheless, he showed his real opinion when he left the room. He failed to plug in and flash the decontagion suit. Bolden smiled at the doctor's omission and ran his hand through the fur. He was going to get well. But his progress was somewhat slower than he'd anticipated, though it seemed to satisfy the doctor, who went on with his experiments. The offending bacteria could be killed electrically, but the current was dangerously large and there was no practical way to apply the treatment to humans. The animal was the only effective method. Kessler discovered the microbe required an intermediate host. A tick or a mosquito seemed indicated. It would take a protracted search of the mountains to determine just what insect was the carrier. In any event, the elaborate sanitary precautions were unnecessary. Microscreens came down, and decontagion suits were no longer worn. Bolden could not pass the disease on to anyone else. Neither could the animal. It seemed wholly without parasites. It was clean and affectionate, warm to the touch. Bolden was fortunate that there was such a simple cure for the most dreaded disease on Van Daamas. It was several days before he was ready to leave the small hospital at the edge of the settlement. At first he sat up in bed, and then he was allowed to walk across the room. As his activity increased, the animal became more and more content to lie on the bed and follow him with its eyes. It no longer frisked about as it had in the beginning. As Bolden told the nurse, it was becoming housebroken. The time came when the doctor failed to find a single microbe. Bolden's newly returned strength and the sensitivity of his skin, where before there had been numbness, confirmed the diagnosis. He was well. Peggy came to walk him home. It was pleasant to have her near. "I see you're ready," she said, laughing at his eagerness. "Except for one thing," he said. "Come, pet." The animal raised its head from the bed where it slept. "Pet," she said quizzically. "You ought to give it a name. You've had it long enough to decide on something." "Pet's a name," he said. "What can I call it? Doc? Hero?" She made a face. "I can't say I care for either choice, although it did save your life." Yes, but that's an attribute it can't help. The important thing is that if you listed what you expect of a pet, you'd find it in this creature. Docile, gentle, lively at times. All it wants is to be near you, to have you touch it. And it's very clean." "All right, call it Pet if you want," said Peggy. "Come on, Pet." It paid no attention to her. It came when Bolden called, getting slowly off the bed. It stayed as close as it could get to Bolden. He was still weak, so they didn't walk fast, and at first the animal was able to keep up. It was almost noon when they went out. The sun was brilliant, and Van Daamas seemed a wonderful place to be alive in. Yes, with death behind him, it was a very wonderful place. Bolden chatted gaily with Peggy. She was fine company. And then Bolden saw the native who had given him the animal. 5 to 7 days, and he had arrived on time. The rest of the tribe must be elsewhere in the settlement. Bolden smiled in recognition while the man was still at some distance. For an answer, the native shifted the bow in his hand and glanced behind the couple in the direction of the hospital. The movement with the bow might have been menacing, but Bolden ignored that gesture. It was the sense that something was missing that caused him to look down. The animal was not at his side. He turned around. The creature was struggling in the dust. It got to its feet and wobbled toward him, staggering crazily as it tried to reach him. It spun around, saw him, and came on again. The tongue lolled out and it whined once. Then the native shot it through the heart, pinning it to the ground. The short tail thumped, and then it died. Bolden couldn't move. Peggy clutched his arm. The native walked over to the animal and looked down. He was silent for a moment. "Die anyway soon," he said to Bolden. "Burned out inside." He bent over. The bright yellow eyes had faded to nothingness in the sunlight. "Gave you its health," said the man of Van Daamas respectfully as he broke off the protruding arrow. It was a dark blue arrow. Now every settlement on the planet has Bolden's pets. They have been given a more scientific name, but nobody remembers what it is. The animals are kept in pens, exactly as is done by the natives, on one side of town, not too near any habitation. For a while there was talk that it was unscientific to use the animal. It was thought that an electrical treatment could be developed to replace it. Perhaps this was true. But settling a planet is a big task. As long as one method works, there isn't time for research. And it works. The percentage of recovery is as high as in other common ailments. But in any case, the animal can never become a pet, though it may be in the small but bright spark of consciousness that is all the little yellow-eyed creature wants. The quality that makes it so valuable is the final disqualification. Strength can be a weakness. Its nervous system is too powerful for a man in good health, upsetting the delicate balance of the human body in a variety of unusual ways. How the energy transfer takes place has never been determined exactly, but it does occur. It is only when he is stricken with the bubble death and needs additional energy to drive the invading microbes from the tissue around his nerves that the patient is allowed to have one of Bolden's pets. In the end, it is the animal that dies. As the natives knew, it is kindness to kill it quickly. It is highly regarded and respectfully spoken of. Children play as close as they can get, but are kept well away from the pens by a high, sturdy fence. Adults walk by and nod kindly to it. Bolden never goes there, nor will he speak of it. His friends say he's unhappy about being the first Earthman to discover the usefulness of the little animal. They are right. It is a distinction he doesn't care for. He still has the blue arrow. There are local craftsmen who can mend it, but he has refused their services. He wants to keep it as it is. End of Bolden's Pets by Floyd L. Wallace.
Filbert is a nut. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. A Filbert is a Nut by Rick Raphael. That the gentleman in question was a nut was beyond question. He was an institutionalized psychotic. He was nutty enough to think that he could make an atom bomb out of modeling clay. Miss Abercrombie, the manual therapist, patted the old man on the shoulder. "You're doing just fine, Mr. Lieberman. Show it to me when you have finished." The oldster in the stained convalescent suit gave her a quick, shy smile and went back to his aimless smearing in the finger paints. Miss Abercrombie smoothed her smock down over trim hips and surveyed the other patients working at the long tables in the hospital's arts and crafts shop. Two muscular and bored attendants in spotless whites lounged beside the locked door and chatted idly about the Dodgers' prospects for the pennant. Through the barred windows of the workshop, rolling green hills were seen, their tree-studded flanks making a pleasant setting for the mental institution. The crafts building was a good mile away from the main buildings of the hospital, and the hills blocked the view of the austere complex of buildings that housed the main wards. The therapist strolled down the lines of tables, passing to give a word of advice here and a suggestion there. She stopped behind a frowning, intense patient, rapidly shaping blobs of clay into odd-sized strips and forms. As he finished each piece, he carefully placed it into a hollow shell hemisphere of clay. "And what are we making today, Mr. Funston?" Miss Abercrombie asked. The flying fingers continued to whip out the bits of shaped clay as the patient ignored the question. He hunched closer to his table, as if to draw away from the woman. "We mustn't be antisocial, Mr. Funston," Miss Abercrombie said lightly but firmly. "You've been coming along famously, and you must remember to answer when someone talks to you. Now, what are you making? It looks very complicated." She stared professionally at the maze of clay parts. Thaddeus Funston continued to mold the clay bits and put them in place. Without looking up from his bench, he muttered a reply. "Atom bomb." A puzzled look crossed the therapist's face. "Pardon me, Mr. Funston. I thought you said an atom bomb." "Did," Funston muttered. Safely behind the patient's back, Miss Abercrombie smiled ever so slightly. "Why, that's very good, Mr. Funston. That shows real creative thought. I'm very pleased." She patted him on the shoulder and moved down the line of patients. A few minutes later, one of the attendants glanced at his watch, stood up, and stretched. "All right, fellows," he called out. "Time to go back. Put up your things." There was a rustle of paint boxes and papers being shuffled and chairs being moved back. A tall, blonde patient with a flowing mustache put one more dab of paint on his canvas and stood back to survey the meaningless smears. He sighed happily and laid down his palette. At the clay table, Funston feverishly fabricated the last odd-shaped bit of clay and slapped it into place. With a furtive glance around him, he clapped the other half of the clay sphere over the filled hemisphere and then stood up. The patients lined up at the door, waiting for the walk back across the green hills to the main hospital. The attendants made a quick count and then unlocked the door. The group shuffled out into the warm afternoon sunlight, and the door closed behind them. Miss Abercrombie gazed around the cluttered room and picked up her chart book of patient progress. Moving slowly down the line of benches, she made short, precise notes on the day's work accomplished by each patient. At the clay table, she carefully lifted the top half of the clay ball and stared thoughtfully at the jumbled maze of clay strips laced through the lower hemisphere. She placed the lid back in place and jotted lengthily in her chart book. When she had completed her round, she slipped out of the smock, tucked the chart book under her arm, and left the crafts building for the day. The late afternoon sun felt warm and comfortable as she walked the mile to the main administration building where her car was parked. As she drove out of the hospital grounds, Thaddeus Funston stood at the barred window of his locked ward and stared vacantly over the hills toward the craft shop. He stood there unmoving until a ward attendant came and took his arm an hour later to lead him off to the patient's mess hall. The sun set, darkness fell over the stilled hospital grounds, and the ward lights winked out at 9 o'clock, leaving just a single light burning in each ward office. A quiet wind sighed over the still warm hills. At 3:01 a.m., Thaddeus Funston stirred in his sleep and awakened. He sat up in bed and looked around the dark ward. The quiet breathing and occasional snores of 30 other sleeping patients filled the room. Funston turned toward the window and stared out across the black hills that sheltered the deserted crafts building. He gave a quick cry, shut his eyes, and clapped his hands over his face. The brilliance of 100 suns glared in the night and threw stark shadows on the walls of the suddenly illuminated ward. An instant later, the shattering roar and blast of the explosion struck the hospital buildings in a wave of force, and the bursting crash of 1,000 windows was lost in the fury of the explosion and the wild screams of the frightened and demented patients. It was over in an instant, and a stunned moment later, recessed ceiling lights began flashing on throughout the big institution. Beyond the again silent hills, a great pillar of smoke, topped by a small mushroom-shaped cloud, rose above the gaping hole that had been the Arts and Crafts building. Thaddeus Funston took his hands from his face and lay back in his bed with a small, secret smile on his lips. Attendants and nurses scurried through the hospital, seeing how many had been injured in the explosion. None had. The hills had absorbed most of the shock, and apart from a welter of broken glass, the damage had been surprisingly slight. The roar and flash of the explosion had lighted and rocked the surrounding countryside. Soon firemen and civil defense disaster units from half a dozen neighboring communities had gathered at the still smoking hole that marked the site of the vanished crafts building. Within 15 minutes, the disaster-trained crews had detected heavy radiation emanating from the crater, and there was a scurry of men and equipment back to a safe distance, a few hundred yards away. At 5:30 a.m., a plane landed at a nearby airfield, and a platoon of the Atomic Energy Commission experts, military intelligence men, 4 FBI agents, and an Army full colonel disembarked. At 5:45 a.m., a cordon was thrown around both hospital and the blast crater. In Ward 4C, Thaddeus Funston slept peacefully and happily. "It's impossible and unbelievable," Colonel Thomas Thurgood said for the 15th time later that morning as he looked around the group of experts gathered in the tent erected on the hill overlooking the crater. "How can an atom bomb go off in a nut house?" "It was apparently a very small bomb, Colonel," one of the haggard AEC men offered timidly. "Not over 3 kilotons." "I don't care if it was the size of a peanut," Thurgood screamed. "How did it get here?" A military intelligence agent spoke up. "If we knew, sir, we wouldn't be standing around here. We don't know, but the fact remains that it was an atomic explosion." Thurgood turned wearily to the small, white-haired man at his side. "Let us go over it once more, Dr. Crane. Are you sure you knew everything was in that building?" Thurgood swept his hand in the general direction of the blast crater. "Colonel, I've told you a dozen times," the hospital administration said with exasperation. "This was our manual therapy room. We gave our patients artwork. It was a means of getting it out of their systems through the use of their hands, some of the frustrations and problems that led them to this hospital. They work with oil and water paints and clay. If you can make an atomic bomb from vermilion pigments, then Madame Curie was a misguided scrubwoman. All I know is that you say this was a crafts building. Okay, so it was, Thurgood sighed. I also know that an atomic explosion at 3:02 this morning blew it to hell and gone. And I've got to find out how it happened. Thurgood slumped into a field chair and gazed tiredly up at the little doctor. Where's that girl you said was in charge of this place? We've already called for Miss Abercrombie, and she's on her way here now, the doctor snapped. Outside the tent, a small army of military men and AEC technicians moved about the perimeter of the crater, scintillators in hand, examining every tiny scrap that might have been a part of the building at one time. A jeep raced down the road from the hospital and drew up in front of the tent. An armed MP helped Miss Abercrombie from the vehicle. She walked to the edge of the hill and looked down with a stunned expression. He did make an atom bomb, she cried. Colonel Thurgood, who had snapped from his chair at her words, leaped forward to catch her as she collapsed in a faint. At 4:00 p.m., the argument was still raging in the long, narrow staff room of the hospital administration building. Colonel Thurgood, looking more like a patient every minute, sat on the edge of his chair at the head of a long table and pounded with his fist on the wooden surface, making Miss Abercrombie's chart book bounce with every beat. It's ridiculous, Thurgood roared. We'll be the laughingstocks of the world if this ever gets out. An atomic bomb made out of clay. You all are nuts. You are in the right place, but count me out. At his left, Miss Abercrombie cringed deeper into her chair at the broadside. Down both sides of the long table, psychiatrists, physicists, strategists, and radiologists sat in various stages of nerve-shattered weariness. Miss Abercrombie, one of the physicists spoke up gently, you say that after the patients had departed the building, you looked again at Funston's work? The therapist nodded unhappily. And you say that, to the best of your knowledge, the physicist continued, there was nothing inside that ball but other pieces of clay? I'm positive that's all there was in it, Mrs. Abercrombie cried. There was a renewed buzz of conversation at the table, and the senior AEC man present got their heads together with the senior intelligence man. They conferred briefly, and then the intelligence officer spoke. That seems to settle it, Colonel. We've got to give this Funston another chance to repeat his bomb, but this time under our supervision. Thurgood leaped to his feet, his face purpling. Are you crazy? He screamed. You want to get us all thrown into this Filbert factory? Do you know what the newspapers would do to us if they ever got wind of the fact that for one tiny fraction of a second any one of us here entertained the notion that a paranoidal idiot with the IQ of an ape could make an atomic bomb out of kids' modeling clay? They'd crucify us. That's what they do. At 8:30 that night, Thaddeus Funston, swathed in an army officer's greatcoat that concealed his straitjacket binding him, and with an officer's cap jammed far down over his face, was hustled out of a small side door of the hospital and into a waiting staff car. A few minutes later, the car pulled into the flying field at the nearby community and drove directly to the military transport plane that stood at the end of the runway with propellers turning. 2 military policemen and a brace of staff psychiatrists sworn to secrecy under the National Atomic Secret Act bundled Thaddeus aboard the plane. They plopped him into a seat directly in front of Miss Abercrombie, and with a roar the plane raced down the runway and into the night skies. The plane landed the next morning at the AEC's atomic testing grounds in the Nevada desert, and 2 hours later, in a small, hot wooden shack Miles up the barren desert wastelands, a cluster of scientists and military men huddled around a small wooden table. There was nothing on the table but a bowl of water and a great lump of modeling clay. While the psychiatrists were taking the straitjacket off Thaddeus in the staff car outside, Colonel Thurgood spoke to the weary Miss Abercrombie. "Now, you're positive this is just about the same amount and same kind of clay he used before?" "I brought it along from the same batch we had in the storeroom at the hospital," she replied, "and it's the same amount." Thurgood signaled to the doctors, and they entered the shack with Thaddeus Funston between them. The colonel nudged Miss Abercrombie. She smiled at Funston. "Now, isn't this nice, Mr. Funston?" she said. "These nice men have brought us way out here just to see if you can make another atom bomb just like the one you made for me yesterday." A flicker of interest lightened Thaddeus's face. He looked around the shack, and then he spotted the clay on the table. Without hesitation, he walked to the table and sat down. His fingers began working the damp clay, making first the hollow, half-round shell, while the nation's top atomic scientist watched in fascination. His busy fingers flew through the clay, shaping odd flat bits and clay parts that were dropped almost aimlessly into the open hemisphere in front of him. Miss Abercrombie stood at his shoulder as Thaddeus hunched over the table, just as he had done the previous day. From time to time she glanced at her watch. The maze of clay strips grew, and as Funston finished shaping the other half-hemisphere of clay, she broke the tense silence. "Time to go back now, Mr. Funston. You can work some more tomorrow." She looked at the men and nodded her head. The two psychiatrists went to Thaddeus's side as he put the upper lid of clay carefully in place. Funston stood up, and the doctors escorted him from the shack. There was a moment of hushed silence, and then pandemonium burst. The experts converged on the clay ball, instruments blossoming from nowhere and cameras clicking. For 2 hours they studied and gently probed the mass of child's clay and photographed it from every angle. Then they left it for the concrete observatory bunker several miles downrange, where Thaddeus and the psychiatrist waited inside a ring of stony-faced military policemen. "I told you this whole thing was asinine," Thurgood snarled as the scientific teams trooped into the bunker. Thaddeus Funston stared out over the heads of the MPs through the open door, looking uprange over the heat-shimmering desert. He gave a sudden cry, shut his eyes, and clapped his hands over his face. A brilliance 100 times brighter than the glaring Nevada sun lit the dim interior of the bunker, and the pneumatically operated door slammed shut just before the wave of the blast hit the structure. 6 hours and a jet plane trip later, Thaddeus, once again in his straitjacket, sat between his armed escorts in a small room in the Pentagon. Through the window he could see the hurried bustle of traffic over the Potomac, and beyond, the domed roof of the Capitol. In the conference room next door, the Joint Chiefs of Staff were closeted with a gray-faced and bone-weary Colonel Thurgood and his baker's dozen of AEC brains. Scraps of the hot, scornful talk drifted across the half-open transom into the room where Thaddeus Funston sat in a neatly tied bundle. In the conference room, a red-faced four-star general cast a chilling glance at the rumpled figure of Colonel Thurgood. "I've listened to some silly stories in my life, Colonel," the general said coldly, "but this takes the cake. You come here with an insane asylum inmate in a straitjacket, and you have the colossal gall to sit there and tell me that this poor soul has made not one, but 2 atomic devices out of modeling clay, and then has detonated them." The general paused. "Why don't you tell me, Colonel, that he can also make spaceships out of sponge rubber?" the general added bitingly. In the next room, Thaddeus Funston stared out over the sweeping panorama of the Washington landscape. He stared hard. In the distance, a white cloud began billowing up from the base of the Washington Monument, and with an ear-shattering, glass-splintering roar, the great shaft rose majestically from its base and vanished into space on a tail of flame. End of A Filbert Is a Nut by Rick Raphael.
Frederick Pohl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Hated by Frederick Pohl. After space, there was always one more river to cross, the far side of hatred and murder. The bar didn't have a name, no name of any kind, not even an indication that it had ever had one. All it said on the outside was Cafe, Eat, Cocktails, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but it was a bar. It had a big TV set going yata-ta in 3 glorious colors, and a jukebox that tried to drown out the TV with that lousy music they play. Anyway, it wasn't a kid hangout. I kinda like it. But I wasn't supposed to be there at all. It's in the contract. I was supposed to stay in New York and the New England states. Cafe Eat Cocktails was right across the river. I think the name of the place was Hoboken, but I'm not sure. It all had a kind of dreamy feeling to it. I couldn't even remember going there. I remembered one minute I was in downtown New York looking across the river. I did that a lot. And then I was there. I don't remember crossing the river at all. I was drunk, you know. You know how it is. Double bourbons and keep them coming. And after a while the bartender stops bringing me the ginger ale because gradually I forget to mix them. I got pretty loaded long before I left New York. I realized that. I guess I had to get pretty loaded to risk the pension and all. Used to be I didn't drink much, but now, I don't know. When I have one drink, I get to thinking about Sam and Wally and Chowderhead and Gively and the captain. If I don't drink, I think about them too, and then I take a drink. And that leads to another drink, and it all comes out to the same thing. Well, I guess I said it already. I drink a pretty good amount, but you can't blame me. There was a girl. I always get a girl someplace. Usually they aren't much, and this one wasn't either. I mean, she was probably somebody's mother. She was around 35, and not so bad, though she had a long scar under her ear down along her throat to the little round spot where her larynx was. It wasn't ugly. She smelled nice, while I could still smell, you know, and she didn't talk too much. I liked that. Only, well, did you ever meet somebody with a nervous cough? Like when you say something funny, a little funny, not a big yuck. They don't laugh and they don't stop with just smiling, but they sort of cough. She did that. I began to itch. I couldn't help it. I asked her to stop it. She spilled her drink and looked at me almost as though she was scared. And I had tried to say it quietly, too. "Sorry," she said, a little angry, a little scared. "Sorry, but you don't have to." "Forget it." "Sure, but you asked me to sit down here with you, remember? If you're going to—" "Forget it." I nodded at the bartender and held up 2 fingers. "You need another drink," I said. "The thing is," I said, "Gively used to do that." "What?" "That cough." She looked puzzled. "You mean like this?" "God damn it, stop it!" Even the bartender looked over at me that time. Now she was really mad, but I didn't want her to go away. I said, "Gively was a fellow who went to Mars with me. Pat Gively." "Oh." She sat down again and leaned across the table low. "Mars." The bartender brought our drinks and looked at me suspiciously. I said, "Say, Mac, would you mind turning down the air conditioning?" "My name isn't Mac." "No." "Have a heart. It's too cold in here." "Sorry." He didn't sound sorry. I was cold. I mean, that kind of weather. It's always cold in those places. You know, around New York in August. It hits 80, 85, 90. All the places have air conditioning, and what they really want is for you to wear a shirt and tie. But I like to walk a lot. You would too, you know. And you can't walk around much in long pants and a suit coat and all that stuff. Not around there, not in August. And so then when I went into a bar, I'd have one of these built-in freezers for the used car salesmen with their dates, or maybe their wives, all dressed up. For what? But I froze. "Mars," the girl breathed. "Mars." I began to itch again. "Want to dance?" "They don't have a license," she said. "Byron, I didn't know you'd been to Mars. Please tell me about it." "It was all right," I said. That was a lie. She was interested. She forgot to smile. It made her look nicer. She said, "I knew a man, my brother-in-law. He was my husband's brother. I mean my ex-husband." "I get the idea." "He worked for General Atomic in Rockford, Illinois. You know where that is?" "Sure. I couldn't go there, but I knew where Illinois was." "He worked on the first Mars ship. Oh, 15 years ago, wasn't it? He always wanted to go himself, but he couldn't pass the tests." She stopped and looked at me. I knew what she was thinking, but I didn't always look this way, you know. Not that there's anything wrong with me now, I mean, but I couldn't pass the tests anymore. Nobody can. That's why we're all one-trippers. I said, "The only reason I'm shaking like this is because I'm cold." It wasn't true, of course. It was that cough of Givley's. I didn't like to think about Givley, or Sam, or Chowderhead, or Wally, or the captain. I didn't like to think about any of them. It made me shake. You see, we couldn't kill each other. They wouldn't let us do that. Before we took off, they did something to our minds to make sure. What they did, it doesn't last forever. It lasts for 2 years, and then it wears off. That's long enough, you see, because that gets you to Mars and back, and it's plenty long enough in another way, because it's like a straitjacket. You know how to make a baby cry? Hold his hands. It's the most basic thing there is. What they did to us so we couldn't kill each other, it was like being tied up, like having our hands held so we couldn't get free. Well, but 2 years was long enough. Too long. The bartender came over and said, "Pal, I'm sorry. See, I turned the air conditioning down. You all right? You look so..." I said, "Sure, I'm all right." He sounded worried. I hadn't even heard him come back. The girl was looking worried, too. I guess because I was shaking so hard, and I was spilling my drink. I put some money on the table without even counting it. "It's all right," I said. "We were just going." "We were?" She looked confused, but she came along with me. They always do once they find out you've been to Mars. In the next place, she said, between trips to the powder room, "It must take a lot of courage to sign up for something like that. Were you scientifically inclined in school? Don't you have to know an awful lot to be a space flyer? Did you ever see any of those little monkey characters they say lives on Mars? I read an article about how they lived in little cities of pup tents or something like that. Only they didn't make them, they grew them. Funny. Ever see those? That trip must have been a real drag, I bet. What was it, 9 months? You could have a baby. Excuse me. Say, tell me, all that time, how'd you, well, manage things? I mean, didn't you ever have to go to the or anything?" "We managed," I said. She giggled, and that reminded her, so she went to the powder room again. I thought about getting up and leaving while she was gone, but what was the use of that? I'd only pick up somebody else. It was nearly midnight. A couple of minutes wouldn't hurt, and I reached in my pocket for the little box of pills they give us. It isn't refillable, but we get a new prescription in the mail every month, along with the pension check. The label on the box said, "Caution. Use only as directed by physician. Not to be taken by persons suffering heart condition, digestive upset, or circulatory disease. Not to be used in conjunction with alcoholic beverages." I took 3 of them. I don't like to start them before midnight, but anyway, I stopped shaking. I closed my eyes, and then I was on the ship again. The noise in the bar became the noise of the rockets, and the air washers, and the sludge sluicers. I began to sweat, although this place was air-conditioned, too. I could hear Wally whistling to himself the way he did, the sound muffled by his oxygen mask and drowned in the rocket noise, but still perfectly audible. The tune was Sophisticated Lady. Sometimes it was easy to love, and sometimes chasing shadows, but mostly sophisticated lady. He was from Juilliard. Somebody sneezed, and it sounded just like Chowderhead sneezing. You know how everybody sneezes according to his own individual style. Chowderhead had a ladylike little sneeze. It went real quick, all through the mouth, no nose involved. The captain went Hush! Wally was achoo, 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 and Gively was Hacha. Sam didn't sneeze much, but he sort of coughed and sprayed, and that was worse. Sometimes I used to think about killing Sam by tying him down and having Wally and the captain sneeze him to death. But that was a kind of joke, naturally, when I was feeling good, or pretty good. Usually I thought about a knife for Sam. For Chowderhead it was a gun right in the belly, one shot. For Wally it was a Tommy gun, just stitching him up and down, back and forth. The captain I would put in a cage with hungry lions, and Gively I'd strangle with my bare hands. That was probably because of the cough, I guess. She was back. "Please tell me about it," she begged. "I'm so curious." I opened my eyes. "You want me to tell you about it?" "Oh, please." "About what it's like to fly to Mars on a rocket?" "Yes." "All right," I said. "It's wonderful what 3 little white pills will do." I wasn't even shaking. "There's 6 men, see, in a space the size of a Buick, and that's all the room there is. 2 of us in the bunks all the time, 4 of us on watch. Maybe you want to stay in the sack an extra 10 minutes because it's the only place on the ship where you can stretch out, the only place where you can rest without somebody's elbow in your side. But you can't, because by then it's the next man's turn. And maybe you don't have elbows in your side while it's your turn off watch, but in the starboard bunk there's the air regenerator master valve. I bet I could still show you bruises right around my kidneys. And in the port bunk there's the emergency escape hatch handle. That gets you in the temple, if you turn your head too fast. And you can't really sleep. I mean, not soundly, because of the noise, that is, when the rockets are going. When they aren't going, then you're in free fall, and that's bad too, because you dream about falling. But when they're going, I don't know. I think it's worse. It's pretty loud. And even if it weren't for the noise, if you sleep too soundly, you might roll over on your oxygen line. Then you dream about drowning. Ever do that? You're strangling and choking, and you can't get any air. It isn't dangerous, I guess. Anyway, it always woke me up in time, though I heard about a fellow in a flight 6 years ago. Well, so you've always got this oxygen mask on all the time, except if you take it off for a second to talk to somebody. You don't do that very often, because what is there to say? Oh, maybe the first couple of weeks, sure, everybody's friends then. You don't even need the mask for that matter. Or not very much. Everybody's still pretty clean. The place smells, let's see, about like the locker room in a gym, You can stand it. That's if nobody's got space sickness, of course. We were lucky in that way. But that's about how it's going to get anyway, Outside the masks, it's soup. It isn't that you smell it so much. You kind of taste it in the back of your mouth, and your eyes sting. That's after the first 2 or 3 months. Later on, it gets worse. And with the mask on, of course, the oxygen mixture is coming in under pressure. That's funny if you're not used to it. Your lungs have to work a little bit harder to get rid of it, especially when you're asleep, so after a while the muscles get sore. And then they get sorer. And then, well, before we take off, the psych people give us a long doodah that keeps us from killing each other, but they can't stop us from thinking about it. And afterward, after we're back on Earth, this is what you won't read about in the articles, they keep us apart. You know how they work it? We get a pension, naturally. I mean, there's got to be a pension, otherwise there isn't enough money in the world to make anybody go. But in the contract it says to get the pension we have to stay in our own area. The whole country's marked off, 6 sections. Each has at least one big city in it. I was lucky. I got a lot of them. They try to keep it so every man's hometown is in his own section. But, well, like with us, Chowderhead and the captain both happened to come from Santa Monica. I think it was Chowderhead that got California, Nevada, all that southwest area. It was the luck of the draw. God knows what the captain got. Maybe New Jersey, I said, and took another white pill. We went on to another place, and she said suddenly, "I figured something out. The way you keep looking around." What did you figure out?
Well, part of it was what you said about the other fellow getting New Jersey. This is New Jersey. You don't belong in this section, right?
Right, I said after a minute.
So why are you here? I know why. You're here because you're looking for somebody.
That's right.
She said triumphantly, you want to find that other fellow from your crew. You want to fight him.
I couldn't help shaking, white pills or no white pills, but I had to correct her. No, I want to kill him.
How do you know he's here? He's got a lot of states to roam around in, too, doesn't he?
6. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, all the way down to Washington.
Then how do you know?
He'll be here. I didn't have to tell her how I knew, but I knew. I wasn't the only one who spent his time at the border of his assigned area, looking across the river or staring across a state line, knowing that somebody was on the other side. I knew. You fight a war, and you don't have to guess that the enemy might have his troops 1,000 miles away from the battle line. You know where his troops will be. You know he wants to fight, too.
Hata! Hata!
I spilled my drink. I looked at her.
You didn't...
She looked frightened.
What's the matter?
Did you just sneeze?
Sneeze? Me? Did I?
I said something quick and nasty, I don't know what. No, it hadn't been her. I knew it. It was Chowderhead's sneeze. Chowderhead, Marvin T. Roebuck his name was, 5 feet 8 inches tall, dark complected, with a cast in one eye. Spoke with a Midwest kind of accent, even though he came from California. Shriek for shriek, horror for horror, like that. It drove me crazy after a while. Maybe that gives you an idea what he talked about mostly. A skunk. A thoroughgoing, deep-rooted, mother-murdering skunk. I kicked over my chair and roared, "Roebuck, where are you, damn you?" The bar was all at once silent. Only the jukebox kept going. "I know you're here," I screamed. "Come out and get it, you louse. I told you I'd get you for calling me a liar the day Wally sneaked a smoke." Silence. Everybody looking at me. Then the door of the men's room opened. He came out. He looked lousy. Eyes all red-rimmed and his hair falling out. The poor crumb couldn't have been over 29. He shrieked, "You!" He called me a million names. He said, "You thieving rat, I'll teach you to cheat me out of my candy ration." He had a knife. I didn't care. I didn't have anything, and that was stupid, but it didn't matter. I got a bottle of beer from the next table and smashed it against the back of the chair. It made a good weapon, you know. I'd take that against a knife any time. I ran toward him, and he came all staggering and lurching toward me, looking crazy and desperate, mumbling and raving. I could hardly hear him because I was talking too. Nobody tried to stop us. Somebody went out the door, and I figured it was to call the cops, but that was all right. Once I took care of Chowderhead, I didn't care what the cops did. I went for the face. He cut me first. I felt the knife slide up along my left arm, but, you know, it didn't even hurt, only kind of stung a little. I didn't care about that. I got him in the face, and the bottle came away, and it was all like gray and white jelly, and then blood began to spring out. He screamed. Oh, that scream. I never heard anything like that scream. It was what I had been waiting all my life for. I kicked him as he staggered back, and he fell, and I was on top of him with the bottle, and I was careful to stay away from the heart or the throat because that was too quick. But I worked over the face, and I felt his knife get me a couple of times more, and I woke up, you know, and there was Dr. Santley over me with a hypodermic needle that he'd just taken out of my arm, and 4 male nurses in fatigues holding me down, and I was drenched with sweat. For a minute I didn't know where I was. It was a horrible, queasy, falling sensation, as though the bar and the fight and the world were all dissolving into smoke around me. Then I knew where I was. It was almost worse. I stopped yelling and just lay there looking up at them. Dr. Santley said, trying to keep his face friendly and non-committal, "You're doing much better, Byron boy, much better." I didn't say anything. He said, "You worked through the whole thing in 2 hours and 8 minutes. Remember the first time? You were 16 hours killing him. Captain Van Wyck it was that time. Remember? Who was it this time?" Chowderhead. I looked at the male nurses. Doubtfully, they let go of my arms and legs. "Chowderhead," said Dr. Santley. "Oh, Roebuck, that boy," he said mournfully, his expression saddened. "He's not coming along nearly as well as you. Nearly. He can't run through a cycle in less than 5 hours. And that's peculiar. It's usually you he well, I better not say that, shall I? No sense in setting up a counter impression when your pores are all open, so to speak." He smiled at me, but was a little worried in back of the smile. I sat up. "Anybody got a cigarette?" "Give him a cigarette, Johnson," the doctor ordered the male nurse standing alongside my right foot. Johnson did. I fired up. "You're coming along splendidly," Dr. Santley said. He was one of these psych guys that thinks if you say it so, it makes it so. You know that kind? "We'll have you down under an hour before the end of the week. That's marvelous progress. Then we can work on the conscious level. You're doing extremely well, whether you know it or not. Why, in 6 months, say in 8 months, because I like to be conservative," he twinkled at me, "we'll have you out of here. You'll be the first of your crew to be discharged. You know that?" "That's nice," I said. "The others aren't doing so well?" "No, not at all well, most of them. Particularly Dr. Givley. The run-throughs leave him in terrible shape. I don't mind admitting I'm worried about him." "That's nice," I said. And this time I meant it. He looked at me thoughtfully, but all he did was say to the male nurses, "He's all right now. Help him off the table." It was hard standing up. I had to hold on to the rail around the table for a minute. I said my set little speech. "Dr. Santley, I want to tell you again how grateful I am for this. I was reconciled to living the rest of my life confined to one part of the country, the way the other crews always did. But this is much better. I appreciate it. I'm sure the others do, too." "Of course, boy, of course." He took out a fountain pen and made a note on my chart. I couldn't see what it was, but he looked gratified. "It's no more than you have coming to you, Byron," he said. "I'm grateful that I could be the one to make it come to pass." He glanced conspiratorially at the male nurses. "You know how important this is to me. It's the triumph of a whole new approach to psychic rehabilitation. I mean to say, our heroes of space travel are entitled to freedom when they come back home to Earth, aren't they?" "Definitely," I said, scrubbing some of the sweat off my face onto my sleeve. "So we've got to end this system of designated areas. We can't avoid the tensions that accompany space travel, no. But if we can help you to eliminate harmful tensions with a few run-throughs, why, it's not too high a price to pay, is it?" "Not a bit." "I mean to say," he said, warming up, "you can look forward to the time when you'll be able to mingle with your old friends from the rocket, free and easy, without any need for restraint. That's a lot to look forward to, isn't it?" "It is," I said. "I look forward to it very much," I said. "And I know exactly what I'm going to do the first time I meet one. I mean, without any restraints, as you say," I said. And it was true, I did. Only it wouldn't be a broken beer bottle that I would do it with. I had much more elaborate ideas than that. End of The Hated by Frederik Pohl. By H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. The Plattner Story by H.G. Wells. Whether the story of Gottfried Plattner is to be credited or not is a pretty question in the value of evidence. On the one hand, we have 7 witnesses. To be perfectly exact, we have 6½ pairs of eyes, and one undeniable fact. And on the other, we have, what is it? Prejudice? Common sense? The inertia of opinion? Never were there 7 more honest-seeming witnesses. Never was there a more undeniable fact than the inversion of Gottfried Plattner's anatomical structure, and never was there a more preposterous story than the one they have to tell. The most preposterous part of the story is the worthy Gottfried's contribution, for I count him as one of the 7. Heaven forbid that I should be led into giving countenance to superstition by a passion for impartiality, and so come to share the fate of Eusapia's patrons. Frankly, I believe there is something crooked about this business of Gottfried Plattner. But what that crooked factor is, I will admit as frankly, I do not know. I have been surprised at the credit accorded to the story in the most unexpected and authoritative quarters. The fairest way to the reader, however, will be for me to tell it without further comment. Gottfried Plattner is, in spite of his name, a free-born Englishman. His father was an Alsatian who came to England in the 60s, married a respectable English girl of unexceptional antecedents, and died, after a wholesome and uneventful life, devoted, I understand, chiefly to the laying of parquet flooring, in 1887. Gottfried's age is 27. He is, by virtue of his heritage of 3 languages, modern languages master in a small private school in the south of England. To the casual observer he is singularly like any other modern languages master in any other small private school. His costume is neither very costly nor very fashionable, but, on the other hand, it is not markedly cheap or shabby. His complexion, like his height and his bearing, is inconspicuous. You would not notice, perhaps, that, like the majority of people, his face was not absolutely symmetrical. His right eye a little larger than the left, and his jaw a trifle heavier on the right side. If you, as an ordinary careless person, were to bare his chest and feel his heart beating, you would probably find it quite like the heart of anyone else. But here you and the trained observer would part company. If you found his heart quite ordinary, the trained observer would find it quite otherwise. And once the thing was pointed out to you, you too would perceive the peculiarity easily enough. It is that Gottfried's heart beats on the right side of his body. Now, that is not the only singularity of Gottfried's structure, although it is the only one that would appeal to the untrained mind. Careful sounding of Gottfried's internal arrangements by a well-known surgeon seems to point to the fact that all the other unsymmetrical parts of his body are similarly misplaced. The right lobe of his liver is on the left side, the left on his right, while his lungs, too, are similarly contraposed. What is still more singular, unless Gottfried is a consummate actor, we must believe that his right hand has recently become his left. Since the occurrences we are about to consider, as impartially as possible, he has found the utmost difficulty in writing, except from right to left, across the paper with his left hand. He cannot throw with his right hand. He is perplexed at mealtimes between knife and fork, and his ideas of the rule of the road (he is a cyclist) are still a dangerous confusion. And there is not a scrap of evidence to show that before these occurrences Gottfried was at all left-handed. There is yet another wonderful fact in this preposterous business. Gottfried produces 3 photographs of himself. You have him at the age of 5 or 6, thrusting fat legs at you from under a plaid frock and scowling. In that photograph his left eye is a little larger than his right, and his jaw is a trifle heavier on the left side. This is the reverse of his present living condition. The photograph of Gottfried at 14 seems to contradict these facts, but that is because it is one of those cheap gem photographs that were then in vogue, taken direct upon the metal, and therefore reversing things just as a looking-glass would. The 3rd photograph represents him at 21, and confirms the record of the others. There seems here evidence of the strongest confirmatory character, that Gottfried has exchanged his left side for his right. Yet how a human being can be so changed, short of a fantastic and pointless miracle, it is exceedingly hard to suggest. In one way, of course, these facts might be explicable on the supposition that Plattner has undertaken an elaborate mystification on the strength of his heart's displacement. Photographs may be faked and left-handedness imitated, but the character of the man does not lend itself to any such theory. He is quiet, practical, unobtrusive, and thoroughly sane from the Nordau standpoint. He likes beer and smokes moderately, takes walking exercise daily, and has a healthy high estimate of the value of his teaching. He has a good but untrained tenor voice, and takes a pleasure in singing airs of a popular and cheerful character. He is fond, but not morbidly fond, of reading, chiefly fiction pervaded with a vaguely pious optimism, sleeps well, and rarely dreams. He is, in fact, the very last person to evolve a fantastic fable. Indeed, so far from forcing this story upon the world, he has been singularly reticent on the matter. He meets inquirers with a certain engaging bashfulness is almost the word that disarms the most suspicious. He seems genuinely ashamed that anything so unusual has occurred to him. It is to be regretted that Plattner's aversion to the idea of post-mortem dissection may postpone, perhaps forever, the positive proof that his entire body has had its left and right sides transposed. Upon that fact mainly the credibility of his story hangs. There is no way of taking a man and moving him about in space as ordinary people understand space that will result in our changing his sides. Whatever you do, his right is still his right and his left his left. You can do that with a perfectly thin and flat thing, of course. If you were to cut a figure out of paper, any figure with a right and left side, you could change its sides simply by lifting it up and turning it over. But with a solid it is different. Mathematical theorists tell us that the only way in which the right and left sides of a solid body can be changed is by taking that body clean out of space as we know it. Taking it out of ordinary existence, that is, and turning it somewhere outside space. This is a little abstruse, no doubt, but anyone with any knowledge of mathematical theory will assure the reader of its truth. To put the thing in technical language, the curious inversion of Plattner's right and left sides is proof that he has moved out of our space into what is called the fourth dimension, and that he has returned again to our world. Unless we choose to consider ourselves the victims of an elaborate and motiveless fabrication, we are almost bound to believe that this has occurred. So much for the tangible facts. Now we come to the account of the phenomena that attended his temporary disappearance from the world. It appears that in the Sussexville Proprietary School, Plattner not only discharged the duties of modern language master, but also taught chemistry, commercial geography, bookkeeping, shorthand, drawing, and any other additional subject to which the changing fancies of the boys' parents might direct attention. He knew little or nothing of these various subjects, but in secondary, as distinguished from board or elementary schools, knowledge in the teacher is very properly by no means so necessary as high moral character and gentlemanly tone. In chemistry he was particularly deficient, knowing, he says, nothing beyond the three gases, whatever the three gases may be. As, however, his pupils began by knowing nothing, and derived all their information from him, this caused him, or anyone, but little inconvenience for several terms. Then a little boy named Whibble joined the school, who had been educated, it seems, by some mischievous relative into an inquiring habit of mind. This little boy followed Plattner's lessons with marked and sustained interest, and in order to exhibit his zeal on the subject, brought at various times substances for Plattner to analyze. Plattner, flattered by this evidence of his power of awakening interest, and trusting to the boy's ignorance, analyzed these, and even made general statements as to their composition. Indeed, he was so far stimulated by his pupil as to obtain a work upon analytical chemistry, and study it during his supervision of the evening's preparation. He was surprised to find chemistry quite an interesting subject. So far the story is absolutely commonplace, but now the greenish powder comes upon the scene. The source of that greenish powder seems unfortunately lost. Master Whibble tells a tortuous story of finding it done up in a packet in a disused lime kiln near the Downs. It would have been an excellent thing for Plattner and possibly for Master Whibble's family if a match could have been applied to that powder there and then. The young gentleman certainly did not bring it to school in a packet, but in a common 8-ounce graduated medicine bottle plugged with masticated newspaper. He gave it to Plattner at the end of the afternoon school. 4 boys had been detained after school prayers in order to complete some neglected tasks, and Plattner was supervising these in the small classroom in which the chemical teaching was conducted. The appliances for the practical teaching of chemistry in the Sussexville Proprietary School, as in most small schools in this country, are characterized by a severe simplicity. They are kept in a small cupboard standing in a recess, and having about the same capacity as a common traveling trunk. Plattner, being bored with his passive superintendence, seemed to have welcomed the intervention of Whibble with his green powder as an agreeable diversion, and, unlocking this cupboard, proceeded at once with his analytical experiments. Whibble sat, luckily for himself, at a safe distance, regarding him. The 4 malefactors, feigning a profound absorption in their work, watched him furtively with the keenest interest, for even within the limits of the 3 gases, Plattner's practical chemistry was, I understand, temerarious. They are practically unanimous in their account of Plattner's proceedings. He poured a little of the green powder into a test tube, and tried the substance with water, hydrochloric acid, nitric acid, and sulphuric acid in succession. Getting no result, he emptied out a little heap, nearly half the bottle full, in fact, upon a slate and tried a match. He held the medicine bottle in his left hand. The stuff began to smoke and melt, and then exploded with deafening violence and a blinding flash. The 5 boys, seeing the flash and being prepared for catastrophes, ducked below their desks, and were none of them seriously hurt. The window was blown out into the playground, and the blackboard on its easel was upset. The slate was smashed to atoms. Some plaster fell from the ceiling, but no other damage was done to the school edifice or appliances, and the boys at first, seeing nothing of Plattner, fancied he was knocked down and lying out of their sight below the desks. They jumped out of their places to go to his assistance, and were amazed to find the space empty. Being still confused by the sudden violence of the report, they hurried to the open door under the impression that he must have been hurt and have rushed out of the room. But Carson, the foremost, nearly collided in the doorway with the principal, Mr. Lidgett. Mr. Lidgett is a corpulent, excitable man with one eye. The boys describe him as stumbling into the room, mouthing some of those tempered expletives irritable schoolmasters accustom themselves to use, lest worse befall. "Wretched mumchancer," he said, "where's Mr. Plattner?" The boys are agreed on the very words. Wobbler, snivelling puppy, and mumchancer are, it seems, among the ordinary small change of Mr. Lidgett's scholastic commerce. Where's Mr. Plattner? That was a question that was to be repeated many times in the next few days. It really seemed as though that frantic hyperbole, "blown to atoms," had for once realized itself. There was not a visible particle of Plattner to be seen, not a drop of blood nor a stitch of clothing to be found. Apparently he had been blown clean out of existence, and left not a rack behind. Not so much as would cover a sixpenny piece, to quote a proverbial expression. The evidence of his absolute disappearance as a consequence of that explosion is indubitable. It is not necessary to enlarge here upon the commotion excited in the Sussexville Proprietary School, and in Sussexville and elsewhere, by this event. It is quite possible, indeed, that some of the readers of these pages may recall the hearing of some remote and dying version of that excitement during the last summer holidays. Lidgett, it would seem, did everything in his power to suppress and minimize the story. He instituted a penalty of 25 lines for any mention of Plattner's name among the boys, and stated in the schoolroom that he was clearly aware of his assistant's whereabouts. He was afraid, he explains, that the possibility of an explosion happening, in spite of the elaborate precautions taken to minimize the practical teaching of chemistry, might injure the reputation of the school, and so might any mysterious quality in Plattner's departure. Indeed, he did everything in his power to make the occurrence seem as ordinary as possible. In particular, he cross-examined the 5 eyewitnesses of the occurrence so searchingly that they began to doubt the plain evidence of their senses. But in spite of these efforts, the tale, in a magnified and distorted state, made a 9 days' wonder in the district, and several parents withdrew their sons on colorable pretexts. Not the least remarkable point in the matter is the fact that a large number of people in the neighborhood dreamed singularly vivid dreams of Plattner during the period of excitement before his return, and that these dreams had a curious uniformity. In almost all of them Plattner was seen, sometimes singly, sometimes in company, wandering about through a coruscating iridescence. In all cases his face was pale and distressed, and in some he gesticulated toward the dreamer. 1 or 2 of the boys, evidently under the influence of nightmare, fancied that Plattner approached them with remarkable swiftness, and seemed to look closely into their very eyes. Others fled with Plattner from the pursuit of vague and extraordinary creatures of a globular shape. But all these fancies were forgotten in inquiries and speculations when, on the Wednesday next but one after the Monday of the explosion, Plattner returned. The circumstances of his return were as singular as those of his departure. So far as Mr. Lidgett's somewhat choleric outline can be filled in from Plattner's hesitating statements, it would appear that on Wednesday evening, toward the hour of sunset, the former gentleman, having dismissed evening preparation, was engaged in his garden, picking and eating strawberries, a fruit of which he is inordinately fond. It is a large, old-fashioned garden, secured from observation fortunately by a high and ivy-covered red brick wall. Just as he was stooping over a particularly prolific plant, there was a flash in the air and a heavy thud, and before he could look round, some heavy body struck him violently from behind. He was pitched forward, crushing the strawberries he held in his hand, and that so roughly that his silk hat (Mr. Lidgett adheres to the older ideas of scholastic costume) was driven violently down upon his forehead, and almost over one eye. This heavy missile, which slid over him sideways and collapsed into a sitting posture among the strawberry plants, proved to be our long-lost Mr. Gottfried Plattner. In an extremely disheveled condition, he was collarless and hatless, his linen was dirty, and there was blood upon his hands. Mr. Lidgett was so indignant and surprised that he remained on all fours, and with his hat jammed down on his eye, while he expostulated vehemently with Plattner for his disrespectful and unaccountable conduct. This scarcely idyllic scene completes what I may call the exterior version of the Plattner story, its esoteric aspect. It is quite unnecessary to enter here into all the details of his dismissal by Mr. Lidgett. Such details, with the full names and dates and references, will be found in the larger report of these occurrences that was laid before the Society for the Investigation of Abnormal Phenomena. The singular transposition of Plattner's right and left sides was scarcely observed for the first day or so, and then first in connection with his disposition to write from right to left across the blackboard. He concealed rather than ostended this curious confirmatory circumstance, as he considered it would unfavorably affect his prospects in a new situation. The displacement of his heart was discovered some months after, when he was having a tooth extracted under anesthetics. He then very unwillingly allowed a cursory surgical examination to be made of himself, with a view to a brief account in the Journal of Anatomy. That exhausts the statement of the material facts, and we may now go on to consider Plattner's account of the matter. But first let us clearly differentiate between the preceding portion of this story and what is to follow. All I have told thus far is established by such evidence as even a criminal lawyer would approve. Every one of the witnesses is still alive. The reader, if he have the leisure, may hunt the lads out tomorrow, or even brave the terrors of the redoubtable Lidgett, and cross-examine and trap and test to his heart's content Gottfried Plattner himself, and his twisted heart and his 3 photographs are producible. It may be taken as proved that he did disappear for 9 days as the consequence of an explosion, that he returned almost as violently, under circumstances in their nature annoying to Mr. Lidgett, whatever the details of those circumstances may be, and that he returned inverted, just as a reflection returns from a mirror. From the last fact, as I have already stated, it follows almost inevitably that Plattner, during those 9 days, must have been in some state of existence altogether out of space. The evidence to these statements is, indeed, far stronger than that upon which most murderers are hanged. But for his own particular account of where he had been, with its confused explanations and well-nigh self-contradictory details, we have only Mr. Gottfried Plattner's word. I do not wish to discredit that, but I must point out, what so many writers upon obscure psychic phenomena fail to do, that we are passing here from the practically undeniable to that kind of matter which any reasonable man is entitled to believe or reject as he thinks proper. The previous statements render it plausible. Its discordance with common experience tilts it towards the incredible. I would prefer not to sway the beam of the reader's judgment either way, but simply to tell the story as Plattner told it to me. He gave me his narrative, I may state, at my house at Chislehurst, and so soon as he had left me that evening I went into my study and wrote down everything as I remembered it. Subsequently he was good enough to read over a typewritten copy, so that its substantial correctness is undeniable. He states that at the moment of explosion he distinctly thought he was killed. He felt lifted off his feet and driven forcibly backward. It is a curious fact for psychologists that he thought clearly during his backward flight, and wondered whether he should hit the chemistry cupboard or the blackboard easel. His heels struck ground, and he staggered and fell heavily into a sitting position on something soft and firm. For a moment the concussion stunned him. He became aware at once of a vivid scent of singed hair, and he seemed to hear the voice of Lidgett asking for him. You will understand that for a time his mind was greatly confused. At first he was under the impression that he was still standing in the classroom. He perceived quite distinctly the surprise of the boys and the entry of Mr. Lidgett. He is quite positive upon that score. He did not hear their remarks, but that he ascribed to the deafening effect of the experiment. Things about him seemed curiously dark and faint, but his mind explained that on the obvious but mistaken idea that the explosion had engendered a huge volume of dark smoke. Through the dimness the figures of Lidgett and the boys moved, as faint and silent as ghosts. Plattner's face still tingled with the stinging heat of the flash. He was, he says, all muddled. His first definite thoughts seem to have been of his personal safety. He thought he was perhaps blinded and deafened. He felt his limbs and face in a gingerly manner. Then his perceptions grew clearer, and he was astonished to miss the old familiar desks and other schoolroom furniture about him. Only dim, uncertain gray shapes stood in the place of these. Then came a thing that made him shout aloud and awoke his stunned faculties to instant activity. Two of the boys, gesticulating, walked one after the other clean through him. Neither manifested the slightest consciousness of his presence. It is difficult to imagine the sensation he felt. They came against him, he says, with no more force than a wisp of mist. Plattner's first thought after that was that he was dead, having been brought up with thoroughly sound views in these matters. However, he was a little surprised to find his body still about him. His second conclusion was that he was not dead, but that the others were, that the explosion had destroyed the Sussexville Proprietary School and every soul in it except for himself. But that, too, was scarcely satisfactory. He was thrown back upon astonished observation. Everything about him was profoundly dark. At first it seemed to have an altogether ebony blackness. Overhead was a black firmament. The only touch of light in the scene was a faint greenish glow at the edge of the sky in one direction, which threw into prominence a horizon of undulating black hills. This, I say, was his impression at first. As his eye grew accustomed to the darkness, he began to distinguish a faint quality of differentiating greenish color in the circumambient night. Against this background the furniture and occupants of the classroom, it seemed, stood out like phosphorescent specters, faint and impalpable. He extended his hand and thrust it without an effort through the wall of the room by the fireplace. He describes himself as making a strenuous effort to attract attention. He shouted to Lidgett, and tried to seize the boys as they went to and fro. He only desisted from these attempts when Mrs. Lidgett, whom he, as an assistant manager, naturally disliked, entered the room. He says the sensation of being in the world, and yet not a part of it, was an extraordinarily disagreeable one. He compared his feelings, not inaptly, to those of a cat watching a mouse through a window. Whenever he made a motion to communicate with the dim, familiar world about him, he found an invisible, incomprehensible barrier preventing intercourse. He then turned his attention to his solid environment. He found the medicine bottle still unbroken in his hand, with the remainder of the green powder therein. He put this in his pocket and began to feel about him. Apparently he was sitting on a boulder of rock covered with a velvety moss. The dark country about him he was unable to see, the faint misty picture of the schoolroom blotting it out. But he had a feeling, due perhaps to a cold wind, that he was near the crest of a hill, and that a steep valley fell away beneath his feet. The green glow along the edge of the sky seemed to be growing in extent and intensity. He stood up, rubbing his eyes. It would seem that he made a few steps, going steeply downhill, and then stumbled, nearly fell, and sat down again upon a jagged mass of rock to watch the dawn. He became aware that the world about him was absolutely silent. It was as still as it was dark, and though there was a cold wind blowing up the hill face, the rustle of grass, the soughing of the boughs, that should have accompanied it, were absent. He could hear, therefore, if he could not see, that the hillside upon which he stood was rocky and desolate. The green grew brighter every moment, and as it did so a faint transparent blood red mingled with, but did not mitigate, the blackness of the sky overhead and the rocky desolations about him. Having regard to what follows, I am inclined to think that the redness may have been an optical effect due to contrast. Something black fluttered momentarily against the livid yellow-green of the lower sky, and then the thin and penetrating voice of a bell rose out of the black gulf below him. An oppressive expectation grew with the growing light. It is probable that an hour or more elapsed while he sat there, the strange green light growing brighter every moment, and spreading slowly in flamboyant fingers upward toward the zenith. As it grew, the spectral vision of our world became relatively or absolutely fainter. Probably both, for the time must have been about that of our earthly sunset. So far as his vision of our world went, Plattner, by his few steps downhill, had passed through the floor of the classroom and was now, it seemed, sitting in mid-air in the larger schoolroom downstairs. He saw the boarders distinctly, but much more faintly than he had seen Lidgett. They were preparing their evening tasks, and he noticed with interest that several were cheating with their Euclid riders by means of a crib, a compilation whose existence he had hitherto never expected. As the time passed, they faded steadily as the light of the green dawn increased. Looking down into the valley, he saw that the light had crept far down its rocky sides, and that the profound blackness of the abyss was now broken by a minute green glow, like the light of a glowworm. And almost immediately the limb of a huge heavenly body of blazing green rose over the basaltic undulations of the distant hills, and the monstrous hill masses about him came out gaunt and desolate in green light and deep ruddy black shadows. He became aware of a vast number of ball-shaped objects drifting as thistledown drifts over the high ground. There were none of these nearer to him than the opposite side of the gorge. The bell below twanged quicker and quicker, with something like impatient insistence, and several lights moved hither and thither. The boys at work at their desks were now almost imperceptibly faint. This extinction of our world, when the green sun of this other universe rose, is a curious point upon which Plattner insists. During the other world night it is difficult to move about, on account of the vividness with which the things of this world are visible. It becomes a riddle to explain why, if this is the case, we in this world catch no glimpse of the other world. It is due perhaps to the comparatively vivid illumination of this world of ours. Plattner describes the midday of the other world at its brightest as not being nearly so bright as this world at full moon, while its night is profoundly black. Consequently, the amount of light, even in an ordinary dark room, is sufficient to render the things of the other world invisible, on the same principle that faint phosphorescence is only visible in the profoundest darkness. I have tried, since he told me his story, to see something of the other world by sitting for a long space in a photographer's darkroom at night. I have certainly seen indistinctly the form of greenish slopes and rocks, but only, I must admit, very indistinctly indeed. The reader may possibly be more successful. Plattner tells me that since his return he has dreamt and seen and recognized places in the other world, but this is probably due to his memory of these scenes. It seems quite possible that people with unusually keen eyesight may occasionally catch a glimpse of this strange other world about us. However, this is digression. As the green sun rose, a long street of black buildings became perceptible, though only darkly and indistinctly, in the gorge, and after some hesitation Plattner began to clamber down the precipitous descent toward them. The descent was long and exceedingly tedious, being so not only by the extraordinary steepness, but also by reason of the looseness of the boulders with which the whole face of the hill was strewn. The noise of his descent, now and then his heels struck fire from the rocks, seemed now the only sound in the universe, for the beating of the bell had ceased. As he drew nearer he perceived that the various edifices had a singular resemblance to tombs and mausoleums and monuments, saving only that they were all uniformly black instead of being white, as most sepulchres are. And then he saw, crowding out of the largest building, very much as people disperse from church, a number of pallid, rounded, pale green figures. These dispersed in several directions about the broad street of the place, some going through side alleys and reappearing upon the steepness of the hill, others entering some of the small black buildings which lined the way. At the sight of these things drifting up towards him, Plattner stopped, staring. They were not walking. They were indeed limbless, and they had the appearance of human heads, beneath which a tadpole-like body swung. He was too astonished at their strangeness, too full, indeed, of strangeness, to be seriously alarmed by them. They drove towards him in front of the chill wind that was blowing uphill, much as soap bubbles drive before a draught. And as he looked at the nearest of those approaching, he saw it was indeed a human head, albeit with singularly large eyes, and wearing such an expression of distress and anguish as he had never seen before upon mortal countenance. He was surprised to find that it did not turn to regard him, but seemed to be watching and following some unseen moving thing. For a moment he was puzzled, and then it occurred to him that this creature was watching with its enormous eyes something that was happening in the world he had just left. Nearer it came, and nearer, and he was too astonished to cry out. It made a very faint fretting sound as it came close to him. Then it struck his face with a gentle pat, its touch was very cold, and drove past him and upward toward the crest of the hill. An extraordinary conviction flashed across Plattner's mind that this head had a strong likeness to Lidgett. Then he turned his attention to the other heads that were now swarming thickly up the hillside. None made the slightest sign of recognition. One or two indeed came close to his head and almost followed the example of the first, but he dodged convulsively out of the way. Upon most of them he saw the same expression of unavailing regret he had seen upon the first, and heard the same faint sounds of wretchedness from them. One or two wept, and one, rolling swiftly uphill, wore an expression of diabolical rage. But others were cold, and several had a look of gratified interest in their eyes. One at least was almost in an ecstasy of happiness. Plattner does not remember that he recognized any more likenesses in those he saw at this time. For several hours, perhaps, Plattner watched these strange things dispersing themselves over the hills, and not till long after they had ceased to issue from the clustering black buildings in the gorge did he resume his downward climb. The darkness about him increased so much that he had a difficulty in stepping true. Overhead the sky was now a bright pale green. He felt neither hunger nor thirst. Later, when he did, he found a chilly stream running down the center of the gorge, and the rare moss upon the boulders, when he tried it at last in desperation, was good to eat. He groped about among the tombs that ran down the gorge, seeking vaguely for some clue to these inexplicable things. After a long time he came to the entrance of the big mausoleum-like building from which the heads had issued. In this he found a group of green lights burning upon a kind of basaltic altar, and a bell rope from a belfry overhead hanging down into the center of the place. Round the wall ran a lettering of fire in a character unknown to him. While he was still wondering at the purport of these things, he heard the receding tramp of heavy feet echoing far down the street. He ran out into the darkness again, but he could see nothing. He had a mind to pull the bell rope, and finally decided to follow the footsteps. But although he ran far, he never overtook them, and his shouting was of no avail. The gorge seemed to extend an interminable distance. It was as dark as earthly starlight throughout its length, while the ghastly green day lay along the upper edge of its precipices. There were none of the heads now below. They were all, it seemed, busily occupied along the upper slopes. Looking up, he saw them drifting hither and thither, some hovering stationary, some flying swiftly through the air. It reminded him, he said, of big snowflakes, only these were black and pale green. In pursuing the firm, undeviating footsteps that he never overtook, in groping into new regions of this endless devil's dyke, in clambering up and down the pitiless heights, in wandering about the summits, and in watching the drifting faces, Plattner states that he spent the better part of 7 or 8 days. He did not keep count, he says. Though once or twice he found eyes watching him, he had word with no living soul. He slept among the rocks on the hillside. In the gorge things earthly were invisible, because from the earthly standpoint it was far underground. On the altitudes, so soon as the earthly day began, the world became visible to him. He found himself sometimes stumbling over the dark green rocks, or arresting himself on a precipitous brink, while all about him the green branches of the Sussexville lanes were swaying, or again he seemed to be walking through the Sussexville streets, or watching unseen the private business of some household. And then it was he discovered that to almost every human being in our world there pertained some of these drifting heads, that everyone in the world is watched intermittently by these helpless disembodiments. What are they, these watchers of the living? Plattner never learned. But 2 that presently found and followed him were like his childhood's memory of his father and mother. Now and then other faces turned their eyes upon him, eyes like those of dead people who had swayed him, or injured him, or helped him in his youth and manhood. Whenever they looked at him, Plattner was overcome with a strange sense of responsibility. To his mother he ventured to speak, but she made no answer. She looked sadly, steadfastly, and tenderly, a little reproachfully too, it seemed, into his eyes. He simply tells this story. He does not endeavor to explain. We are left to surmise who these watchers of the living may be, or if they are indeed the dead, why they should so closely and passionately watch a world they have left forever. It may be, indeed to my mind it seems just, that when our life has closed, when evil or good is no longer a choice for us, we may still have to witness the working out of the train of consequences we have laid. If human souls continue after death, then surely human interests continue after death. But that is merely my own guess at the meaning of the things seen. Plattner offers no interpretation, for none was given him. It is well the reader should understand this clearly. Day after day, with his head reeling, he wandered about this strange lit world outside the world, weary, and towards the end weak and hungry. By day, by our earthly day that is, the ghostly vision of the old familiar scenery of Sussexville all about him irked and worried him. He could not see where to put his feet, and ever and again with a chilly touch one of these watching souls would come against his face. And after dark the multitude of these watchers about him, and their intent distress, confused his mind beyond describing. A great longing to return to the earthly life that was so near and yet so remote consumed him. The unearthliness of things about him produced a positively painful mental distress. He was worried beyond describing by his own particular followers. He would shout at them to desist from staring at him, scold at them, hurry away from them. They were always mute and intent. Run as he might over the uneven ground, they followed his destinies. On the 9th day, towards evening, Plattner heard the invisible footsteps approaching, far away down the gorge. He was then wandering over the broad crest of the same hill upon which he had fallen in his entry into this strange other world of his. He turned to hurry down into the gorge, feeling his way hastily, and was arrested by the sight of the thing that was happening in a room in a back street near the school. Both of the people in the room he knew by sight. The windows were open, the blinds up, and the setting sun shone clearly into it, so that it came out quite brightly at first, a vivid oblong room lying like a magic lantern picture upon the black landscape and the livid green dawn. In addition to the sunlight, a candle had just been lit in the room. On the bed lay a lank man, his ghastly white face terrible upon the tumbled pillow. His clenched hands were raised above his head. A little table beside the bed carried a few medicine bottles, some toast and water, and an empty glass. Every now and then the lank man's lips fell apart to indicate a word he could not articulate. But the woman did not notice that he wanted anything, because she was busy turning out papers from an old-fashioned bureau in the opposite corner of the room. At first the picture was very vivid indeed, but as the green dawn behind it grew brighter and brighter, so it became fainter and more transparent. As the echoing footsteps paced nearer and nearer, those footsteps that sound so loud in that other world and come so silently in this, Plattner perceived about him a great multitude of dim faces gathering together out of the darkness and watching the two people in the room. Never before had he seen so many of the watchers of the living. A multitude had eyes only for the sufferer in the room. Another multitude, in infinite anguish, watched the woman as she hunted with greedy eyes for something she could not find. They crowded about Plattner. They came across his sight and buffeted his face. The noise of their unavailing regrets was all about him. He saw clearly only now and then. At other times the picture quivered dimly, through the veil of green reflections upon their movements. In the room it must have been very still, and Plattner says the candle flame streamed up into a perfectly vertical line of smoke. But in his ears each footfall and its echoes beat like a clap of thunder. And the faces, two more particularly near the woman's, one a woman's also, white and clear-featured, a face which might have once been cold and hard, but which was now softened by the touch of a wisdom strange to earth. The other might have been the woman's father. Both were evidently absorbed in the contemplation of some act of hateful meanness, so it seemed, which they could no longer guard against and prevent. Behind were others, teachers it may be, who had taught ill, friends whose influence had failed, and over the man, too, a multitude, but none that seemed to be parents or teachers. Faces that might once have been coarse, now purged to strength by sorrow. And in the forefront one face, a girlish one, neither angry nor remorseful, but merely patient and weary, and, as it seemed to Plattner, waiting for relief. His powers of description fail him at the memory of this multitude of ghastly countenances. They gathered on the stroke of the bell. He saw them all in the space of a second. It would seem that he was so worked on by his excitement that quite involuntarily his restless fingers took the bottle of green powder out of his pocket and held it before him, but he does not remember that. Abruptly the footsteps ceased. He waited for the next, and there was silence, and then suddenly, cutting through the unexpected stillness like a keen, thin blade, came the first stroke of the bell. At that the multitudinous faces swayed to and fro, and a louder crying began all about him. The woman did not hear. She was burning something now in the candle flame. At the second stroke everything grew dim, and a breath of wind, icy cold, blew through the host of watchers. They swirled about him like an eddy of dead leaves in the spring, and at the third stroke something was extended through them to the bed. You have heard of a beam of light? This was like a beam of darkness, and looking again at it, Plattner saw that it was a shadowy arm and hand. The green sun was now topping the black desolations of the horizon, and the vision of the room was very faint. Plattner could see that the white of the bed struggled and was convulsed, and that the woman looked around over her shoulder at it, startled. The cloud of watchers lifted high like a puff of green dust before the wind, and swept silently downward toward the temple in the gorge. Then suddenly Plattner understood the meaning of the shadowy black arm that stretched across his shoulder and clutched its prey. He did not dare turn his head to see the shadow behind the arm. With a violent effort, and covering his eyes, he set himself to run, made perhaps 20 strides, then slipped on a boulder and fell. He fell forward on his hands, and the bottle smashed and exploded as he touched the ground. In another moment he found himself, stunned and bleeding, sitting face to face with Lidgett in the old walled garden behind the school. There the story of Plattner's experience ends. I have resisted, I believe successfully, the natural disposition of a writer of fiction to dress up incidents of this sort. I have told the thing as far as possible in the order in which Plattner told it to me. I have carefully avoided any attempt at style, effect, or construction. It would have been easy, for instance, to have worked the scene of the deathbed into a kind of plot in which Plattner might have been involved. But quite apart from the objectionableness of falsifying a most extraordinary true story, any such trite device would spoil, to my mind, the peculiar effect of this dark world, with its livid green illumination and its drifting watchers of the living, which, unseen and unapproachable to us, is yet lying all about us. It remains to add that a death did actually occur in Vincent Terrace, just beyond the school garden, and so far as can be proved at the moment of Plattner's return. Deceased was a rate collector and insurance agent. His widow, who was much younger than himself, married last month a Mr. Whymper, a veterinary surgeon of Albleeding. As the portion of this story given here has in various forms circulated orally in Sussexville, she has consented to my use of her name, on condition that I make it distinctly known that she emphatically contradicts every detail of Plattner's account of her husband's last moments. She burnt no will, she says, although Plattner never accused her of doing so. Her husband made but one will, and that just after their marriage. Certainly, from a man who had never seen it, Plattner's account of the furniture of the room was curiously accurate. One other thing, even at the risk of an irksome repetition, I must insist upon, lest I seem to favor the credulous, superstitious view. Plattner's absence from the world for 9 days is, I think, proved, but that does not prove his story. It is quite conceivable that even outside space hallucinations may be possible. That, at least, the reader must bear distinctly in mind. End of The Plattner Story by H.G. Wells.
Regeneration. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Regeneration by Charles Dye. It was bound to happen sooner or later, not because man failed to understand his fellow man, but because he failed to understand himself. There wasn't much left afterwards, after the golden showers of deadly dust and the blinding flashes that blotted out the light from the sun, and all because man continued to confuse emotion with reason. But somehow, as before, man survived. Don't touch! Sinzor's command shot through the chill morning air like an arrow. The ragged little group of men stopped dead in their tracks and looked questioningly at their leader. He was pointing down to an object lying half buried in the soil at his feet. Another death thing, maybe, Sinzor said. Another thing our ancestors made with which to destroy themselves. He peered around the semicircle of men until he spotted the aged one with a leg missing. Morge, see that this place is marked forbidden. The hunting party moved on, and Morge stayed behind. He hobbled about, collecting sticks and stones, arranging them in the forbidden symbol way to form a barrier around the thing. It was because of such a thing that he'd lost a leg in his youth. He both hated and feared the death things his ancestors had so carelessly left lying about before they vanished. But that wasn't right. Morge scratched his grisly old head and thought hard. According to Builder, wisest of their tribe, their ancestors hadn't all vanished. Some of them had become the tribe. Sinzor, Builder, and even old Morge. Very puzzling. It was all because of the death things. Puffing, Morge completed the barrier, then turned for a last look at the thing gleaming dully in the pale winter sunlight. How strange it looked! In no way did it resemble the usual death things, most of which were long and round with little wings attached. This one was different, like nothing he'd ever seen before. It was box-like, with strange arms sticking up. And under the arms, half buried, was a shelf or platform resembling vaguely the upper portion of two legs. The thing terrified Morge for a moment. Then, in order to prove his courage to himself, he stepped forward and spat on it. Nothing happened. Sneering, he spat on it again, and watched its spittle slowly run down its side over a strange marking like a thunderbolt. Thunderbolt! Suddenly Morge fell groveling to his one good knee. It was Thor, god of thunder and lightning, and god of the tribe, and he had spat on Thor. For nearly an hour he knelt there praying forgiveness for his sacrilege. Then, trembling, he tore off a piece of his goat skin and wiped the spittle off Thor's side, and carefully he began to uncover the remainder of Thor. Finally he lifted Thor out of the hole and onto level ground. Kneeling once more, he took a small drink scoop from his belt and placed it before Thor. Then he pulled out his knife and folded his single leg under him. Bending over, he cut a gash in his wrist and let the blood flow into the scoop until it was nearly full. Rising to his knee, he said, "Oh, Thor, please take this humble offering to show that I am forgiven." Almost prostrate now, he picked up the scoop and placed it on Thor's lap beneath his arms. Immediately there was a soft rumble and humming. Fearfully, old Morge watched Thor's arms come down, lift up the scoop, and carry it inside his huge mouth. There was a sucking noise, and the scoop was returned empty to his lap. Filled with joy, Morge spent another endless time thanking Thor. Then all of a sudden an idea seized him. What if he carried Thor back to the tribe and presented him to the priest, Thaugor, for all to worship and give sacrifices to? Would not he, the despised, the looked down upon, be the greatest of heroes? All that was known of Thor were the legends, but at last they would have the actual god. Painfully, with many grunts and groans, he got Thor under one arm and staggered off toward the village, his crutch kicking up little puffs of dust. Builder was having trouble with Thaugor. He almost wished now that he'd continued his search a little longer for a segment of humanity. He might have found a group less primitive who would have appreciated and understood his help much better. But this was the best he'd found. As it was, he'd wandered over the continent nearly a lifetime before even finding these poor wretches. But they were at least human. something that couldn't be said for those others he'd come in contact with all through the past years. And now, after having been with the tribe, the only human tribe, for over a year, he was being balked by this priest, which meant being balked at setting up truth and knowledge as the only true gods of humanity, being balked at getting the dam built before the spring rains, so that there would not be another summer drought followed by a winter of famine, such as they had just passed through. The dam was his first big project. Without freedom from want, there would be little progress next winter. Almost savagely, he turned on Thalgor. "But why must you have this religious festival now?" "Because of the finding of the god Thor," came Thalgor's cold answer. "Why the offerings of blood? Can't they wait? The dam must be finished before the rains. But the loss of blood already has so weakened the workers that they can no longer work for a full day." "Which is more important, worldly or spiritual things?" Thalgor replied. "But there maybe won't be anyone around to indulge in spiritual things if there's another drought this year." "Thor will see to it that there is not another drought." "Yes, I know. But wouldn't it be wiser to be on the safe side? Suppose somebody does something to displease Thor." "Nobody will displease Thor. It is my duty to see to that. I tell them what to think, so that they won't displease Thor." "A crafty devil you are," Builder thought, "manipulating this image of Thor you talk about, so that it will take the blood offerings of the people, and even you and that half-baked discipline of yours, Morge. I must look at your god Thor one of these days." He suddenly felt very weary and sat down on the floor. Looking up at Thalgor, he said, "But that is not part of being civilized, to tell the people what to think. You must make them think without telling them what to think. And with the dam next winter, there will be freedom from want for the first time. The tribe will have a chance to think and be on the road to civilization. The tribe has already found civilization by finding Thor. By worshipping him as a group, they have already ceased their bickering and quarreling. Does not that fit with your definition of civilization, the one you gave my people when you first came to us? Since the coming of Thor, we have begun to cooperate, have we not?" "No, hardly at all. I said civilization is cooperating among men in adapting to the environment, which includes man." The two men stared at each other, and for a while there was silence. "Nevertheless," Thalgor finally said, "Thor and blood offerings continue." Builder watched Thalgor turn and stalk out of the tiny hovel that housed his plans and his work, himself and his dreams. What could he do? He could only appeal to the tribe's reason. Thalgor could appeal to their emotions, which were far stronger. But unless emotion was controlled, used wisely, there could never be any reason. Builder realized, with a sinking heart, that he was much too old for the job he'd undertaken. Too late in life he had discovered these people. Almost all his energy since youth had been sapped just looking for a segment of humanity. His mother and father had told him there might be failure, but still they had taught him everything they could in the short time before death had overtaken them. They had been the only humans living in that towering jungle of concrete and steel. How they had gotten there was never explained to him. It didn't matter, though. Suddenly Builder shook himself. Here he was recollecting his youth instead of concentrating on the task at hand. He must really be getting old. He was glad of Thalgor's visit. At least now he was fully aware of the problem to be solved. In spite of the priest, he had to find a way of getting that dam finished, and soon. Or maybe next year there wouldn't be any people, for game was getting scarcer each winter. Very little work was done that day in spite of Builder's managing to round up his full crew. The blood offering each worker had given the night before had left them tired and listless. Only 4 of the 54 molds running across the river were filled with sand and gravel that morning and afternoon. There were still nearly 50 to be filled. Builder was very depressed. But he was even more depressed at the close of day when 2 workmen grew careless and slipped into the last mold being filled. Their ear-splitting shrieks brought half the tribe up over the hill above the village and down to the dam site. After Builder explained what had happened, there were angry mutterings to the effect that Thor was displeased with the dam and therefore had taken lives. Nothing Builder could say would dissuade them from this notion. So well had Thalgor indoctrinated them with religious fear of anything used to control nature. Builder hadn't realized until that moment just how much the people were against the dam. Then he saw Thalgor, tall and ominous in his cloak of black skins, come striding through the crowd. For a moment he stood facing them with his hands on his hips. There seemed to be a silent understanding between them. Slowly the crowd turned and disappeared over the hill. Then Thalgor strode over to Builder and said simply, "There will be no more dam." Turning, he followed the rest of the tribe back to the village. Builder was thunderstruck. He knew there was no use arguing or trying to reason with either Thalgor or the tribe. It was far too late for that. Only some drastic measure would complete the dam now. He walked tiredly over the black hill and down to his shack, wondering how he could compete with an idol. He realized now it had been foolish of him to have overlooked the possible effect Thor might have upon the tribe. When it had been found 3 months ago, he never dreamed they would spend all their leisure in rituals. The god was his problem, therefore he must get it out of the way, himself, without expecting help from anyone. Each evening the clouds on the northern horizon were darkening and drawing closer. It was night when Builder finally stumbled into his quarters. After lighting a pine torch, he sat down by his workbench and buried his head in his hands. He was too tired and upset to eat, which was just as well. Outside of deliberately killing Thalgor, there was only one thing he could do. That was to kidnap Thor. With this realization, in spite of the risk involved, came some peace of mind. He hadn't the vaguest idea just how he was to go about it, especially since his strength was failing him. But do it he would. First, though, he would have to wait until some time before dawn, when everybody, even Thalgor, was sure to be asleep. The hours dragged heavily between then and his chosen time. Many were the times when he longed for something to read, although he supposed that by this time he'd forgotten how. Like wisps of smoke, memories of his youth and the concrete jungle drifted through his mind. How long ago that all seemed now. Sometimes he wondered if any of it had been real. But here he was, as his parents wished him to be, trying to help what was left of humanity back up the trail. To what, he wondered? To destruction again? This time, probably complete and final? He shook his old head and ran a trembling hand through his white shaggy hair. He'd gotten this far. Somehow he would get the rest of the way. Builder got up and crossed over to his sleeping pile. After tying several skins together, he folded them under his arm and walked out into the pre-dawn night. His bones felt the crackling cold of early spring as they had never felt it before. Slowly he made his way around the village to where Thor was housed under a huge slanting roof of bark and scraped skins. He'd never seen Thor, and now wished he'd paid at least one visit to the god. Like a shadow, he glided carefully through the blackness and back of the temple until he was just inside the rear opening. He could see clear across the chamber, out to the pale twinkling stars. Then he detected a dark mass in the center of the temple, silhouetted against the stars. That must be Thor. Swiftly, Builder advanced toward it until his foot struck something soft, causing him to stumble and fall. As he did so, he heard a grunt sounding like someone being kicked in the stomach. Then something was on top of him, pounding his head and shoulders with a heavy stick of some kind. Old Builder knew he didn't have the strength to wrestle. He managed to get his pile of skins unfolded, and, with his last ounce of strength, throw them over the head of his attacker. Somehow he managed to wiggle out from underneath and climb to his feet. His assailant began to scream for help, but the heavy skins muffled his shouts. Quickly, Builder looked around for something to hit him with. The only thing his eye spotted was the idol. He hobbled over and, using both arms, dragged it off its dais. Then, with the remainder of his strength, dropped it squarely on top of whomever was under the skins. There was a muted clunk, followed by silence. Fearfully, Builder stood there for a moment, catching his breath and listening for anyone coming. All was quiet except the pounding of his heart. As fast as he could make his arms and hands work, he rolled up the body in the skins and painfully hoisted it over one shoulder. With his other hand he reached down and picked Thor up by one of its arms. Then, staggering under the load, he started back the way he had come. Except for a grayish streak in the east, it was still dark. He stumbled and fell several times before reaching his dwelling, but he was confident that he had left no tracks. Every night, even this late in the winter, the ground froze solid. Back inside his shed, still in the dark, Builder unrolled his burden and listened for any heartbeat. There was none. As he rolled the body up again, something clattered to the floor. It was a crutch. Quickly he felt for his victim's legs. One was missing. Of all the people he had to kill, Morge, Thalgor's right-hand man. He realized he had to get rid of the body before daylight, and fast. Already more gray was lining the eastern horizon. He didn't know whether he had the strength to do it or not, but he had to get Morge up to the dam and into one of the unfilled molds. For the time being, he would have to hide Thor someplace inside here. He couldn't carry both of them up to the dam. He rolled the idol up in another set of skins and placed it under the head of his sleeping pile. Then, picking up his other bundle once more, he started for the dam. The sun was just peeking over the horizon when Builder finally stumbled back into his dwelling and into bed. All that day he lay there, body on fire with fever, and heart pounding like a drum. He was almost certain he would soon die. It was just as well, a little corner of his consciousness said. At least he would be missing all the frenzied excitement of Thor's disappearance, along with Morge. But it looked as though he had failed after all. In spite of removing the god, now he was dying, and the dam still unfinished. The day dragged on, and he didn't die. After waking up in late afternoon, he felt better. He ate a handful of nuts and figs, washed down with a little herb tea. Then, as night crept over the sky, he tottered down to the village. Whatever had taken place during the day was done, and little groups of people stood around fires, resting and talking, as though it were the old days before the coming of Thor, thought Builder. That was good. Builder moved in closer to one of the fires to warm himself against the early spring night. Someone recognized him. It was one of his workers, and he was suddenly made welcome, once again being given the place of honor nearest the fire, as in the old days when he'd first discovered the humans. Builder was dumbfounded at the sudden cordiality. In recent days, Thalgor had done such a good job of discrediting, he never dreamed of regaining his old standing. Then he was told what had happened during the day while he lay almost dying. When the god and Morge were discovered missing, Thalgor had called the village together, explaining that Thor had left them, taking Morge as a sacrifice because he was dissatisfied with the tribe's paltry blood offerings and worship. Therefore a great death sacrifice of young men and women must be undertaken to pacify Thor and cause his return. But the people questioned Thalgor's order. They seemed to feel it was the priest who had been at fault, not themselves. After all, he was the closest to Thor, was he not? Therefore it was Thalgor, not the village, that Thor had become angered at. And after holding quick counsel, they had driven Thalgor out into the wilderness, telling him he was not to return unless Thor was with him. Old Builder almost cried when he heard this joyful news. The dam would be completed after all, he was almost certain. He decided to say nothing more about religion, Thor, or Thalgor. Maybe soon they would forget the whole thing. Now he could go back to teaching the youngsters and some of the brighter oldsters the methods of writing in symbols instead of drawing pictures. Hours and days turned into weeks and months as Builder taught his people what feeble knowledge he possessed in arithmetic, simple engineering, such as the dam, and most of all, instilling in them the will to want to learn and investigate and question anything they came in contact with, even the very thing he was asking them to do. As the weeks passed on and the dam was completed, he gradually gathered around him an ardent little group of seeker after that most elusive of all things, truth. But Builder knew that his days were numbered now, and his work completed, there was still one thing he had to do, and that was permanently to do away with Thor, by dropping the idol to the bottom of the dam. He still hadn't examined the god hidden under his sleeping pile. One evening, after returning from a solitary walk above the dam, he entered his shack and lit a torch, then almost dropped it from shock. His dwelling was a wreck. The place had been ransacked from top to bottom. His sleeping pile lay in the middle of the floor. The idol was gone. He turned and fled from the room, but before he could take a dozen steps toward the village, several shadows glided out from behind trees and rocks in the moonlight, resolving themselves into men. Before he could cry out or struggle, strong arms pinned his arms to his body, and someone clapped a dirty hand over his mouth. He was forced back into his hovel, and the door slammed shut. Standing in front of him was a very bedraggled figure whom he recognized as Thalgor. He also recognized his 3 other captors. All were elderly reactionaries of the tribe who had disapproved of him from the beginning. In spite of his predicament, Builder felt a warm glow of happiness course through him. If these were the only cronies Thalgor could round up, that meant the rest of the villagers were sympathetic with his cause. He suddenly became aware of Thalgor's grating voice.
It took me a little time to piece things together, but once I did, it didn't take me long to come back and find the god where I might have at first suspected it would be. Right here.
For your sacrilege, you will pay with every last drop of blood you have in your scrawny old body. And now. Whereupon Thalgor disappeared out of the hovel. Somehow Builder had known they were going to kill him before arousing the rest of the tribe to the fact that Thor was back. Thalgor was taking no chances of his standing in the way of him or Thor ever again. But Builder didn't care. He had sown his few seeds of knowledge and wisdom well. Although Thalgor didn't know it, this time he wouldn't have complete homage from all the tribe. There would now be doubts and questionings and tests for both Thor and Thalgor in the ways of truth and righteousness. Then Thalgor returned to the shack with what, Builder thought, must be Thor. The hand over his mouth had twisted his head back so that he only got a glimpse, but he didn't miss the long knife Thalgor pulled from beneath his tattered skins, nor the large sacrificial bowl one of the others held below his neck. Then his head was tilted forward and sideways, and he got his first full look at the god Thor. At the sight, his whole body shook with smothered laughter. Below the 2 arms and etched thunderbolt were large block letters standing out in bold relief. Thor, automatic dishwasher, atomic powered, 1999.
End of Regeneration by Charles Dye.
Is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. To learn more or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by John George. Ex Machina by Frederick Max. One final lesson, a dying man's last letter to his only son that completes the young man's education. My dear son, the doctors have left, and I'm told that in a few hours I shall die. In my lifetime, the world has progressed from the chaotic turmoil of the early atomic era to the peacefulness and tranquility of our present age, and I die content. For 10 years, I have instructed you in all that you will need for the future. One final lesson remains to be taught. On the wall of my bedchamber hangs a citation. From a grateful government for services too secret to herein set forth. In past years, you've asked me repeatedly about this citation, but each time I've taken pains to avoid a direct answer. Now it is proper that you should know. 40 years ago, I was an obscure Army captain stationed at the Armed Forces Language School in Monterey, California. I had at that time just completed a tour of duty in Korea, a minor skirmish of that era, and despite an excellent reputation for resourcefulness, I had drawn Monterey as my next assignment. An aptitude for foreign languages had led to an instructorship in the Russian department with additional duties instructing in the Slavic tongues. My life was pleasant and uneventful, and it was with mixed emotions that I received orders to report to Washington for a new duty assignment. The chain of events which precipitated those orders were to change the world. For while you and I were playing on the lawn of our Monterey home, an unknown Hungarian physicist, working under Russian supervision, had made a startling discovery. Within a matter of days, alarming rumors of his work reached Washington. Our embassies in Moscow and Belgrade reported furious activity in the field of psychic research and large-scale experiments in mass hypnosis. 4 of us were selected to investigate the rumors. Before we could commence our undertaking, word reached Washington that the rumors were now actualities. A device capable of mass hypnosis of great segments of the world's population was rapidly reaching perfection. After 3 months of intensive grooming in the fields of physics and psychology, we 4 agents set out individually with orders to track down and destroy both the scientist and his machine. I never saw the other 3 again. During the 3 months of schooling, other members of our vast intelligence organization had been engaged in laying the groundwork for our efforts. In December 1955, I slipped into Russia and took the place of a government official who felt that Western civilization offered greater reimbursement than Soviet communism. I entered into my new role with trepidation, but my fears were unfounded. Thanks to a remarkable resemblance, which was the original reason for my selection, and also due to a most thorough briefing, I found myself making the substitution with ease. I pride myself on the fact that by diligent application, I was able to increase my worth to the Russian government to the extent that I was shortly able to secure my transfer to the psychological warfare section of the secret police. From there, it was a simple procedure to have myself assigned to what was known as Project Parchek. The device was in its final stage of development. Only the problem of increasing its effective range remained to be solved. 3 weeks after my assignment to the project, its successful conclusion was accomplished. In June 1956, the Russian government ordered me to a small house on the outskirts of Bralia, Hungary, where I was to attend a private showing of the device. By design, I arrived 1 day early and made my way to the laboratory immediately. Dr. Michael Parchek, the inventor, stood facing me as I entered. On a table between us lay a small, complicated mechanism, resembling a radio transmitter. But it was infinitely more than that. The device was a thought generator, capable of hypnotizing every thinking creature on the face of the earth. The power of infinite goodness or evil, which the machine embodied, was terrifying to consider. I listened to Parchek's boasting with revulsion. Although he had the ability to work for the ultimate good of mankind, this creature intended, instead, to use his newly found power for selfish aggrandizement. I drew him out, let him explain the inner workings of his device, and killed him. My orders were to destroy the machine. I disobeyed them. Utilizing the machine to make good my escape, I left Hungary and returned to the United States. The citation which you have seen was only one of many honors which were bestowed upon me. A few weeks later, I resigned my commission and retired to a country hideaway to experiment further with the device I was supposed to have destroyed. The peace and tranquility in which we of the earth now live mark the successful culmination of my experiments. You will find the machine walled up in the north alcove of my bedchamber. Your education is now complete, my son. Use it well. Be kind to our slave peoples. The world is yours. Your affectionate father, Francis I, Emperor of the Earth. Ex Machina by Frederick Max.
In Time, Chapter 2, The Star. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Dodge. Tales of Space and Time. Chapter 2, The Star by H.G. Wells. It was on the first day of the new year that the announcement was made. almost simultaneously from 3 observatories, that the motion of the planet Neptune, the outermost of all the planets that wheel about the sun, had become very erratic. Ogilvy had already called attention to a suspected retardation in its velocity in December. Such a piece of news was scarcely calculated to interest a world the greater proportion of whose inhabitants were unaware of the existence of the planet Neptune, nor outside the astronomical profession did the subsequent discovery of a faint remote speck of light in the region of the perturbed planet cause any great excitement. Scientific people, however, found the intelligence remarkable enough, even before it became known that the new body was rapidly growing larger and brighter, and its motion was quite different from the orderly progress of the planets, and that the deflection of Neptune and its satellite was becoming now of an unprecedented kind. Few people without a training in science can realize the huge isolation of the solar system. The sun, with its specks of planets, its dust of planetoids, and its impalpable comets, swims in a vacant immensity that almost defeats the imagination. Beyond the orbit of Neptune there is space, vacant so far as human observation has penetrated, without warmth or light or sound. Blank emptiness for 20 million times a million miles. This is the smallest estimate of the distance to be traversed before the very nearest of the stars is attained. And, saving a few comets more unsubstantial than the thinnest flame, no matter had ever to human knowledge crossed this gulf of space, until early in the 20th century this strange wanderer appeared. A vast mass of matter it was, bulky, heavy, rushing without warning out of the black mystery of the sky into the radiance of the sun. By the second day it was clearly visible to any decent instrument, as a speck with a barely sensible diameter, in the constellation of Leo, near Regulus. In a little while an opera glass could attain it. On the 3rd day of the new year the newspaper readers of 2 hemispheres were made aware for the first time of the real importance of this unusual apparition in the heavens. "A planetary collision," one London paper headed the news, and proclaimed Duchesne's opinion that this strange new planet would probably collide with Neptune. The leader writers enlarged upon the topic, so that in most of the capitals of the world, on January 3rd, there was an expectation, however vague, of some imminent phenomenon in the sky, and as the night followed the sunset round the globe, thousands of men turned their eyes skyward to see the old familiar stars, just as they had always been. Until it was dawn in London and Pollux setting, and the stars overhead grown pale. The winter's dawn it was, a sickly filtering accumulation of daylight, and the light of gas and candles shone yellow in the windows to show where people were astir. But the yawning policeman saw the thing. The busy crowds in the market stopped agape, workmen going to their work betimes, milkmen, the drivers of news carts, dissipation going home, jaded and pale, homeless wanderers, sentinels on their beats, and in the country laborers trudging afield, poachers slinking home. All over the dusty, quickening country it could be seen, and out at sea by seamen watching for the day, a great white star come suddenly into the western sky. Brighter it was than any star in our skies, brighter than the evening star at its brightest. It still glowed out white and large, no mere twinkling spot of light, but a small, round, clear, shining disk. An hour after the day had come, and where science has not reached, men stared and feared, telling one another of the wars and pestilences that are foreshadowed by these fiery signs in the heavens. Sturdy Boers, dusky Hottentots, Gold Coast Negroes, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Portuguese, stood in the warmth of the sunrise watching the setting of this strange new star. and in 100 observatories there had been suppressed excitement, rising almost to shouting pitch, as the two remote bodies had rushed together and are hurrying to and fro to gather photographic apparatus and spectroscope, and this appliance and that, to record this novel, astonishing sight, the destruction of a world. For it was a world, a sister planet of our Earth, far greater than our Earth indeed, that had so suddenly flashed into flaming death. Neptune, as it was, had been struck, fairly and squarely, by the strange planet from outer space, and the heat of the concussion had incontinently turned two solid globes into one vast mass of incandescence. Round the world that day, 2 hours before the dawn, went the pallid great white star, fading only as it sank westward, and the sun mounted above it. Everywhere men marveled at it, but all of those who saw it, none could have marveled more than those sailors, habitual watchers of the stars, who far away at sea had heard nothing of its advent, and saw it now rise like a pygmy moon and climb zenithward, and hang overhead and sink westward with the passing of the night. And when next it rose over Europe, everywhere were crowds of watchers on hilly slopes, on house roofs, in open spaces, staring eastward for the rising of the great new star. It rose with a white glow in front of it, like the glare of a white fire, and those who had seen it come into existence the night before cried out at the sight of it. "It is larger," they cried. "It is brighter." And indeed, the moon, a quarter full and sinking in the west, was in its apparent size beyond comparison. But scarcely in all its breadth had it as much brightness now as the little circle of the strange new star. "It is brighter!" cried the people clustering in the streets. But in the dim observatories the watchers held their breath and peered at one another. "It is nearer," they said, "nearer!" And voice after voice repeated, "It is nearer!" And the clicking telegraph took that up, and it trembled along telephone wires, and in 1,000 cities grimy compositors fingered the type. "It is nearer." Men writing in offices, struck with a strange realization, flung down their pens. Men talking in 1,000 places suddenly came upon a grotesque possibility in those words, "It is nearer." It hurried along awakening streets. It was shouted down the frost-stilled ways of quiet villages. Men who had read these things from the throbbing tape stood in yellow-lit doorways, shouting the news to the passers-by. "It is nearer." Pretty women, flushed and glittering, heard the news told jestingly between the dances, and feigned an intelligent interest they did not feel. "Nearer, indeed! How curious! How very, very clever people must be to find out things like that." Lonely tramps faring through the wintry night murmured those words to comfort themselves, looking skyward. "It has need to be nearer, for the night's as cold as charity. Don't see much warmth from it, if it is nearer all the same." "What is a new star to me?" cried the weeping woman kneeling beside her dead. The schoolboy, rising early for his examination work, puzzled it out for himself. With the great white star shining broad and bright through the frost flowers of his window. "Centrifugal, centripetal," he said with his chin on his fist. "Stop a planet in its flight, rob it of its centrifugal force. What then? Centripetal has it, and down it falls into the sun. And this, do we come in the way? I wonder." The light of that day went the way of its brethren, and with the later watches of the frosty darkness rose the strange star again. And now it was so bright that the waxing moon seemed but a pale yellow ghost of itself, hanging huge in the sunset. In a South African city a great man had married, and the streets were alight to welcome his return with his bride. "Even the skies have illuminated," said the flatterer. "Under Capricorn, two Negro lovers, daring the wild beasts and evil spirits for love of one another, crouched together in the canebrake where the fireflies hovered. 'That is our star,' they whispered, and felt strangely comforted by the sweet brilliance of its light. The master mathematician sat in his private room and pushed the papers from him. His calculations were already finished. In a small white phial there still remained a little of the drug that had kept him awake and active for 4 long nights. Each day, serene, explicit, patient as ever, he had given his lecture to his students, and then had come back at once to this momentous calculation. His face was grave, a little drawn and hectic from his drugged activity. For some time he seemed lost in thought. Then he went to the window, and the blind went up with a click. Halfway up in the sky, over the clustering roofs, chimneys, and steeples of the city, hung the star. He looked at it as one might look into the eyes of a brave enemy. "You may kill me," he said, after a silence, "but I can hold you, and all the universe for that matter, in the grip of this little brain. I would not change, even now." He looked at his little phial. "There will be no need of sleep again," he said. The next day at noon, punctual to the minute, he entered his lecture theatre, put his hat on the end of the table as his habit was, and carefully selected a large piece of chalk. It was a joke among his students that he could not lecture without that piece of chalk to fumble in his fingers, and once he had been stricken to impotence by their hiding his supply. He came and looked under his gray eyebrows at the rising tiers of fresh young faces, and spoke with his accustomed studied commonness of phrasing. "Circumstances have arisen, circumstances beyond my control," he said, and paused, "which will debar me from completing the course I had designed. It would seem, gentlemen, if I may put the thing clearly and briefly, that man has lived in vain." The students glanced at one another. Had they heard aright? Mad? Raised eyebrows and grinning lips there were, but one or two faces remained intent upon this calm, gray-fringed face. "It will be interesting," he was saying, "to devote this morning to an exposition, so far as I can make it clear to you, of the calculations that have led me to this conclusion. Let us assume—" he turned toward the blackboard, meditating a diagram in the way that was unusual to him. "What was that about 'lived in vain'?" whispered one student to another. "Listen," said the other, nodding toward the lecturer, and presently they began to understand. That night the star rose later, for its proper eastward motion had carried it some way across Leo toward Virgo, and its brightness was so great that the sky became a luminous blue as it rose, and every star was hidden in its turn, save only Jupiter near the zenith, Capella, Aldebaran, Sirius, and the pointers of the Bear. It was very white and beautiful. In many parts of the world, that night a pallid halo encircled it about. It was perceptibly larger. In the clear, refractive sky of the tropics, it seemed as if it were nearly a quarter the size of the moon. The frost was still on the ground in England, but the world was as brightly lit as if it were midsummer moonlight. One could see to read quite ordinary print by that cold, clear light, and in the cities the lamps burnt yellow and wan. And everywhere the world was awake that night. Throughout Christendom a somber murmur hung in the keen air over the countryside, like the belling of bees in the heather, and this murmurous tumult grew to a clangor in the cities. It was the tolling of the bells in a million belfry towers and steeples, summoning the people to sleep no more, to sin no more, but to gather in their churches and pray. And overhead, growing larger and brighter, as the earth rolled on its way and the night passed, rose the dazzling star. and the streets and houses were alit in all the cities. The shipyards glared, and whatever roads led to high country were lit and crowded all night long. And in all the seas about the civilized lands, ships with throbbing engines, and ships with bellying sails, crowded with men and living creatures, were standing out to ocean and the north. For already the warning of the master mathematician had been telegraphed all over the world, and translated into 100 tongues. The new planet and Neptune, locked in a fiery embrace, were whirling headlong, ever faster and faster towards the sun. Already, every second, this blazing mass flew 100 miles, and every second its terrific velocity increased. As it flew now, indeed, it must pass 100 million miles wide of the earth, and scarcely affect it. But near its destined path, as yet only slightly perturbed, spun the mighty planet Jupiter, and his moons sweeping splendid round the sun. Every moment now the attraction between the fiery star and the greatest of planets grew stronger. And the result of that attraction? Inevitably Jupiter would be deflected from its orbit into an elliptical path, and the burning star, swung by his attraction wide of its sunward rush, would describe a curved path, and perhaps collide with, and certainly pass very close to, our Earth. Earthquakes, volcanic outbreaks, cyclones, sea waves, floods, and a steady rise in temperature to I know not what limit, so prophesied the master mathematician. And overhead, to carry out his words, lonely and cold and livid, blazed the star of the coming doom. To many who stared at it that night until their eyes ached, it seemed that it was visibly approaching. And that night, too, the weather changed, and the frost that had gripped all Central Europe and France and England softened towards a thaw. But you must not imagine, because I have spoken of people praying through the night, and people going aboard ships, and people fleeing toward the mountainous country, that the whole world was already in a terror because of the star. As a matter of fact, use and wont still ruled the world, and save for the talk of idle moments and the splendor of the night, 9 human beings out of 10 were still busy at their common occupations. In all the cities, the shops, save one here or there, opened and closed at their proper hours. The doctor and the undertaker plied their trades. The workers gathered in the factories. Soldiers drilled. Scholars studied. Lovers sought one another. Thieves lurked and fled. Politicians planned their schemes. The presses of the newspapers roared through the nights, and many a priest of this church and that would not open his holy building to further what he considered a foolish panic. The newspapers insisted on the lesson of the year 1000, for then, too, people had anticipated the end. The star was no star, mere gas, a comet, and were it a star, it could not possibly strike the earth. There was no precedent for such a thing. Common sense was sturdy everywhere, scornful, jesting, a little inclined to persecute the obdurate fearful. That night, at 7:15 by Greenwich time, the star would be at its nearest to Jupiter. Then the world would see the turn things would take. The master mathematician's grim warnings were treated by many as so much mere elaborate self-advertisement. Common sense at last, a little heated by argument, signified its unalterable convictions by going to bed. So, too, barbarism and savagery, already tired of the novelty, went about their nightly business, and save for a howling dog here and there, the beast world left the star unheeded. And yet, when at last the watchers in the European states saw the star rise, an hour later, it is true, but no larger than it had been the night before, there were still plenty awake to laugh at the master mathematician, to take the danger as if it had passed. But hereafter the laughter ceased. The star grew. It grew with a terrible steadiness hour after hour, a little larger each hour, a little nearer the midnight zenith, and brighter, until it had turned night into a second day. Had it come straight to the earth instead of in a curved path? Had it lost no velocity to Jupiter? It must have leapt the intervening gulf in a day. But as it was, it took 5 days altogether to come by our planet. The next night it had become a third the size of the moon before it set to English eyes, and the thaw was assured. It rose over America near the size of the moon, but blinding white to look at, and hot. In a breath of hot wind blew now with its rising and gathering strength, and in Virginia and Brazil and down the St. Lawrence Valley it shone intermittently through a driving reek of thunderclouds, flickering violent lightning, and hail unprecedented. In Manitoba was a thaw and devastating floods, and upon all the mountains of the earth the snow and ice began to melt that night, and all the rivers coming out of high country flowed thick and turbid, and soon, in their upper reaches, with swirling trees and bodies of beasts and men, they rose steadily in ghostly brilliance, and came trickling over their banks at last, behind the flying population of their valleys. And along the coast of Argentina, and up the South Atlantic, the tides were higher than they had ever been in the memory of man, and the storms drove the waters in many cases scores of miles inland, drowning whole cities. And so great grew the heat during the night that the rising of the sun was like the coming of a shadow. The earthquakes began, and grew until all down America, from the Arctic Ocean to Cape Horn, hillsides were sliding and fissures were opening, and houses and walls crumbling to destruction. The whole side of Cotopaxi slipped out in one vast convulsion, and a tumult of lava poured out so high and broad and swift and liquid that in one day it reached the sea. So the Star, with the wan moon in its wake, marched across the Pacific, trailed the thunderstorms like the hem of a robe, and the growing tidal wave that toiled behind it, frothing and eager, poured over island and swept them clear of men, until that wave came at last, in a blinding light, and with the breath of a furnace, swift and terrible it came, a wall of water 50 feet high, roaring hungrily upon the long coasts of Asia, and swept inland across the plains of China. For a space the Star, hotter now and larger and brighter than the sun in its strength, showed with pitiless brilliance the wide and populous country, towns and villages with their pagodas and trees, roads, wide cultivated fields, millions of sleepless people staring in helpless terror at the incandescent sky. And then, low and growing, came the murmur of the flood. And thus it was with millions of men that night, a flight no whither, with limbs heavy with heat and breath fierce and scant, and the flood like a wall swift and white behind. And then death. China was lit glowing white, but over Japan and Java and all the islands of Eastern Asia the great star was a ball of dull red fire, because of the steam and smoke and ashes the volcanoes were spouting forth to salute its coming. Above was the lava, hot gases and ash, and below the seething floods, and the whole earth swayed and rumbled with the earthquake shocks. Soon the immemorial snows of Tibet and the Himalaya were melting and pouring down by 10 million deepening, converging channels upon the plains of Burma and Hindostan. The tangled summits of the Indian jungles were aflame in 1,000 places, and below the hurrying waters around the stems were dark objects that still struggled feebly and reflected the blood-red tongues of fire. And in a rudderless confusion a multitude of men and women fled down the broad riverways to that one last hope of men, the open sea. Larger grew the star, and larger, hotter and brighter, with a terrible swiftness now. The tropical ocean had lost its phosphorescence, and the whirling steam rose in ghastly wreaths from the black waves that plunged incessantly, speckled with storm-tossed ships. And then came a wonder. It seemed to those who in Europe watched for the rising of the star that the world must have ceased its rotation. In 1,000 open spaces of down and upland, the people who had fled thither from the floods and the falling houses and the sliding slopes of hill watched for that rising in vain. Hour followed hour through a terrible suspense, and the star rose not. Once again men set their eyes upon the old constellations. They had counted lost to them forever. In England it was hot and clear overhead, though the ground quivered perpetually. But in the tropics Sirius and Capella and Aldebaran showed through a veil of steam. And when at last that great star rose near 10 hours late, the sun rose close upon it, and in the center of its white heart was a disk of black. Over Asia it was. The star had begun to fall behind the movement of the sky, and then suddenly, as it hung over India, its light had been veiled. All the plain of India, from the mouth of the Indus to the mouths of the Ganges, was a shallow waste of shining water that night, out of which rose temples and palaces, mounds and hills, black with people. Every minaret was a clustering mass of people, who fell one by one into the turbid waters, as heat and terror overcame them. The whole land seemed a wailing, and suddenly there swept a shadow across that furnace of despair, and a breath of cold wind, and a gathering of clouds out of the cooling air. Men looking up, near blinded at the star, saw that a black disk was creeping across the light. It was the moon, coming between the star and the earth. And even as men cried to God at this respite, out of the east with a strange and inexplicable swiftness sprang the sun, and then star, sun, and moon rushed together across the heavens. So it was that presently, to the European watchers, star and sun rose close upon each other, drove headlong for a space, and then slower, and at last came to rest. Star and sun merged into one glare of flame at the zenith of the sky. The moon no longer eclipsed the star, but was lost to sight in the brilliance of the sky. And though those who were still alive regarded it for the most part with that dull stupidity that hunger, fatigue, heat, and despair engender, there were still men who could perceive the meaning of these signs. Star and earth had been at their nearest, had swung about one another, and the star had passed. Already it was receding, swifter and swifter, in the last stage of its headlong journey downward into the sun. And then the clouds gathered, blotting out the vision of the sky. The thunder and lightning wove a garment round the world. Over all the earth was such a downpour of rain as men had never before seen. And where the volcanoes flared red against the cloud canopy, there descended torrents of mud. Everywhere the waters were pouring off the land, leaving mud-silted ruins. And the earth littered like a storm-worn beach with all that had floated, and the dead bodies of the men and brutes, its children. For days the water streamed off the land, sweeping away soil and trees and houses in its way, and piling huge dikes and scooping out titanic gullies over the countryside. Those were the days of darkness that followed the star and the heat. All through them, and for many weeks and months, the earthquakes continued. But the star had passed, and men, hunger-driven and gathering courage only slowly, might creep back to their ruined cities, buried granaries, and sodden fields. Such few ships as had escaped the storms of that time came stunned and shattered and sounding their way cautiously through the new marks and shoals of once familiar ports. And as the storm subsided, men perceived that everywhere the days were hotter than of yore, and the sun larger, and the moon, shrunk to a third of its former size, took now 80 days between its new and new. but of the new brotherhood that grew presently among men, of the saving of laws and books and machines, of this strange change that had come over Iceland and Greenland and the shores of Baffin's Bay, so that the sailors coming there presently found them green and gracious, and could scarcely believe their eyes. This story does not tell, nor of the movement of mankind now that the earth was hotter, northward and southward toward the poles of the earth. It concerns itself only with the coming and the passing of the star. The Martian astronomers, for there are astronomers on Mars, although they are very different beings from men, were naturally profoundly interested by these things. They saw them from their own standpoint, of course. Considering the mass and temperature of the missile that was flung through our solar system into the sun, one wrote, it is astonishing what a little damage the earth, which it missed so narrowly, has sustained. All the familiar continental markings and the masses of the seas remain intact, and indeed the only difference seems to be a shrinkage of the white discoloration, supposed to be frozen water, round either pole, which only shows how small the vastest of human catastrophes may seem at a distance of a few million miles. End of Tales of Space and Time, Chapter 2, The Star, by H.G. Wells.
Ex Machina by Henry Slessor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Troy Bond. The Success Machine by Henry Slessor. The Personelovac winked, chittered, chortled, chuckled, and burped a card into the slot. Callahan picked it up and closed his eyes in prayer. Oh, Lord, let this one be all right. He read the card. It was pink. Subject, 34,580. Aptitude rating, 34577. Psychological class, 45. Last personal vac analysis, 3598. Rating, 19. Current rating, 14. Analysis. Subject demonstrates decreased mechanical coordination, decrease in work energy per man-hour, marked increase in waste motion due to subject's interest in non-essential activities such as horse racing, indication of hostility towards superiors. Recommendation, fire him. Callahan's legs went weak. He sat down and placed the card in front of him. Then, making sure he was unobserved, he broke a company rule and began to think. Something's wrong, he thought. Something is terribly wrong. 24 pink cards in the last month. 24 out of 40. That's a batting average of... He tried to figure it out with a pencil, but gave it up as a bad job. Maybe I'll run it through the Averageovac, he thought. But why bother? It's obvious that it's high. There's obviously something wrong. The intercom beeped. 10 o'clock department head meeting, Mr. Callahan. All right, Miss Blanche. He rose from his chair and took the pink card with him. He stood before the action chute for a moment, tapping the card against his teeth. Then, his back stiffened with a sense of duty, and he slipped the card inside. The meeting had already begun when Callahan took his appointed place. Grimswitch, the Materialovac operator, looked at him quizzically. Damn your eyes, Grimswitch, he thought. It's no crime to be 3 minutes late. Nothing but a lot of pep talk first 5 minutes anyway. Pep! Said President Moss at the end of the room. He slammed his little white fist into the palm of his other hand. It's only a little word. It only has 3 little letters. P-E-P, pep. Moss, standing at the head of the impressive conference table, leaned forward and eyed them fixedly. But those 3 little letters, my friends, spell out a much bigger word for General Products Incorporated. They spell profit. And if you don't know how profit is spelled, it's M-O-N-N-E-Y. There was an appreciative laugh from the assembled department heads. Callahan, however, was still brooding on the parade of pink cards which had been emerging with frightening regularity from his think machine, and he failed to get the point. Naughty, naughty, Grimswitch whispered to him archly. "Boss made a funny. Don't forget to laugh, old boy." Callahan threw him a sub-zero look. "Now let's be serious," said the boss, "because things are serious. Mighty serious. Somewhere, somehow, somebody's letting us down." The department heads looked uneasily at each other. Only Grimswitch continued to smile vacantly at the little old man up front, drumming his fingers on the glass tabletop. When the president's machine-gunning glance caught his eyes, Callahan went white. "Does he know about it?" he thought. "I'm not making accusations," said Moss, "but there is a letdown someplace. Douglas!" he snapped. Douglas, the treasurer, did a jack-in-the-box. "Read the statement," said the president. "First quarter fiscal year," said Douglas dryly. "Investment capital $17,836,975,238.96. Assets $84,967,442,279.55. Liabilities $83,964,283,774.60. Production costs are—" Moss waved his hand impatiently. "The meat," he said. Douglas adjusted his glasses. "Total net revenue, $26,876,924.99. "Comparison!" the president screamed. "Let's have last first quarter, you idiot!" Douglas rattled the paper in annoyance. "Last first quarter fiscal year net revenue, $34,955,376.81. Percent decrease. Never mind." The little old man waved the treasurer to his seat with a weary gesture. His face, so much like somebody's grandmother, looked tragic as he spoke his next words. "You don't need the Accountive Act to tell you the significance of those figures, gentlemen." His voice was soft with a slight quaver. "We are not making much profit. We are losing money. And the point is, what's the reason? There must be some reason." His eyes went over them again, and Callahan, feeling like the culprit, slumped in his chair. "I have a suggestion," said the president. "Just an idea. Maybe some of us are just not showing enough PEP. There was a hushed silence. The boss pushed back his chair and walked over to a cork-lined wall. With a dramatic gesture, he lifted one arm and pointed to the white sign that covered a fourth of it. "See that?" he asked. "What does it say?" The department heads looked dubious. "Well, what does it say?" repeated Moss. "Act," the department heads cried in chorus. "Exactly," said the little old man with a surprising bellow. "Act. The word that made us a leader. The word that guides our business destiny. The word that built General Products." He paced the floor. The chairs in the conference room creaked as the department heads stirred to follow him with their eyes. "Act is our motto. Act is our password. Act is our key to success. And why not? The brains do the thinking. All of us put together couldn't think so effectively, so perfectly, so honestly as the brains. They take the orders, designate raw materials, equipment, manpower. They schedule our work. They analyze our products. They analyze our people." Callahan trembled. "There's only one important function left to us, and that's act." The president bowed his head and walked slowly back to his seat. He sat down, and with great fatigue evident in his voice, he concluded his polemic. "That's why we must have pep, gentlemen. Pep. Now, how do you spell it?" "P-E-P!" roared the department heads. The meeting was over. The department heads filed out. Callahan's secretary placed the morning mail on his desk. There was a stack of memos at least an inch thick, and the personnel manager moaned at the sight of it. "Production report doesn't look too good," said Miss Blanche crisply. "Bet we get a flood of aptitude cards from Morgan today. Grimswitch has sent over a couple. That makes 11 from him this month. He really has his problems." Callahan grunted. He deserves them, he thought. "How did the meeting go?" "Huh?" Callahan looked up. "Oh, fine, fine." Boss was in good voice as usual. "I think there's an envelope from him in the stack." "What?" Callahan hoped that his concern wasn't visible. He riffled through the papers hurriedly and came up with a neat white envelope engraved with the words, "Office of the President." Miss Blanche watched him, frankly curious. "That'll be all," he told her curtly. When she had left, he ripped the envelope open and read the contents. It was in Moss's own cramped handwriting, and it was a request for a 3 o'clock man-to-man talk. Oh, Lord, he thought, now it's going to happen. President Moss was eating an apple. He ate so greedily that the juice spilled over his chin. Sitting behind his massive oak desk, chair tilted back, apple juice dappling his whiskers, he looked so small and unformidable that Callahan took heart. "Well, Ralph, how goes it?" He called me Ralph, thought Callahan cheerfully. He's not such a bad old guy. "Don't grow apples like they used to," the president said. "This hydroponic stuff can't touch the fruit we used to pick. Say, did you ever climb a real apple tree and knock 'em off the branches?" Callahan blinked. "No, sir." "Greatest thrill in the world. My father had an orchard in Kennebunkport. Apples by the million. Green apples, sweet apples, delicious, spy. Baldwin." He sighed. "Something's gone out of our way of life, Ralph." Why, he's just an old dear, thought Callahan. He looked at the boss with new sympathy. "Funny thing about apples. My father used to keep 'em in barrels down in the basement. He used to say to me, 'Andrew,' he'd say, 'don't never put a sour apple in one of these barrels, 'cause just one sour apple can spoil the whole dern lot.'" The boss looked at Callahan and took a big noisy bite. Callahan smiled inanely. Was Moss making some kind of point? "Well, we can't sit around all day and reminisce, eh, Ralph? Much as I enjoy it. But we got a business to run, don't we?" "Yes, sir," said the personnel manager. "Mighty big business, too. How's your side of it, Ralph? Old Personnel-evac humming along nicely?" "Yes, sir," said Callahan, wondering if he should voice his fears about the brain. "Marvelous machine, that. Most marvelous of them all, if you ask me. Sizes up a man beautifully. And best of all, it's 100% honest. That's a mighty important quality, Ralph." Callahan was getting worried. The boss's conversation was just a little too folksy for his liking. "Yes, sir, a mighty fine quality. My father used to say, 'Andrew, an honest man can always look you in the eyes.'" Callahan stared uncomprehendingly. He realized that Moss had stopped talking, so he looked him squarely in the eyes and said, "He must have been a fine man, your father." "He was honest," said Moss. "I'll say that for him. He was as honest as they come. Did you ever hear of DiMaggio?" "It sounds familiar." "It should. DiMaggio was a legendary figure. He took a lantern and went out into the world looking for an honest man. And do you know something? He couldn't find one. You know, Ralph, sometimes I feel like DiMaggio." Callahan gulped. "And do you know why? Because sometimes I see a thing like this." The boss's hand reached into the desk and came out with a thick bundle of pink cards. "And I wonder if there's an honest man left in the world." He put the cards in front of Callahan. "Now, sir," said Moss, "let's talk a little business. These cards are all pink. That means dismissal, right? That's 24 people fired in the last month. Is that correct?" "Yes, sir," said Callahan unhappily. "And how many cards went through the Personnel-evac this month?" 40. "So that's 24 out of 40. A batting average of—" The boss's brow puckered. "Well, never mind. But that's quite an unusual record, wouldn't you say so?" "Yes, sir, but—" "So unusual that it would call for immediate action, wouldn't it?" The president's face was now stormy. "Yes, sir, but I checked the brain." "Did you, Ralph?" "Yes, sir, and the maintainovac said it was perfect. There's nothing wrong with it." "Nothing wrong? You call 24 firings out of 40 nothing?" The old man stood up, still holding the core of his apple. "Well, I don't understand it either, Mr. Moss." Callahan felt dew on his forehead. "Nothing seems to satisfy the brain any more. It seems to develop higher and higher standards or something. Why, I'm not sure it wouldn't even fire—" "Who?" said Moss thunderously. "Who wouldn't it even fire?" The thunder hit Callahan squarely. He swallowed hard and then managed to say, "Anybody, sir. Me, for instance." The president's face suddenly relaxed. "I'm no tyrant, my boy. You know that. I'm just doing a job, that's all." "Of course, sir." "Well, all I want you to do is keep your eye on things. It could be a coincidence, of course. That's the logical explanation." He narrowed his eyes. "What do you think, Ralph?" "Me, sir?" said Ralph, wide-eyed. "I don't think, sir. I act, sir." "Good boy!" The boss chuckled and clapped his hand on Callahan's shoulder. Moss was momentarily satisfied. The Personnelovac burped. Callahan picked up the card with a groan. It was pink. He walked over to the action chute and dropped it inside. As it fluttered down below, Callahan shook his head sadly. 31, he said. He placed the next personnel record into the information chamber. He flipped the lever, and the Personnelovac, now hot with usage, winked, chittered, chortled, and chuckled with amazing speed. The burp was almost joyful as the card popped out. But Callahan's face was far from joyful as he picked it up. Pink. 32, he said. The next card was from Grimswitch's department. It was subject number 52098. The number was familiar. Callahan decided to check the file. Sam Gilchrist, he said. Couldn't be anything wrong with Sam. Why, he's a blinking genius. Flip, wink, chitter, chortle, chuckle, burp. Pink. Poor Sam, said Callahan. He fed the other records through quickly. Pink, pink, pink. At the end of the day, Callahan worked laboriously with a blunt-pointed pencil. It took him 15 minutes for the simple calculation. 67 tests, 23 OK, 44... Callahan put his hands to his head. What am I going to do? Grimswitch followed Callahan down the hall as he came out of the boss's office for the third time that week. Well, he said fatuously, quite the teacher's pet these days, eh, Callahan? Go away, Grimswitch. On the carpet, eh? Temper a little short? Don't worry. Grimswitch's beefy hand made unpleasant contact with the personnel man's shoulder. Your old friends won't let you down. Grimswitch, will you please leave me alone? Better watch that think machine of yours, Grimswitch chuckled. Might fire you next, old boy. Callahan was glad when Morgan, the production operator, hailed Grimswitch away. But as he entered his own office, Grimswitch's words still troubled him. Grimswitch, he thought, that fat piece of garbage, that big blowhard, that know-it-all. Almost savagely, he picked up the day's personnel cards and flipped through them carelessly. Grimswitch, that louse, he thought. Then he had the idea. If Grimswitch was still chewing the fat with Morgan, then his secretary would be alone. If he called her and asked for Grimswitch's record, no, better yet, got Miss Blanche to call. Why not? He thought. After all, I am the personnel manager. Sure, it's a little irregular. He is a department head, but it's my job, isn't it? Callahan flipped the intercom and proceeded to call Miss Blanche. His hand shook as he placed Grimswitch's card into the Personnelovac. The machine, though still heated by the day's activity, seemed to take longer than usual for its chittering, chuckling examination of the pinholed facts on the record. Finally, it gave a satisfied burp and proffered the result to Colin's eager hand. "Aha!" cried the personnel man gleefully. He walked over to his desk, wrote a quick note on his memo pad, and placed both the note and card into an envelope. He addressed it to Office of the President. Then he dropped it into the action chute. When it was out of sight, he rubbed his hands together in happy anticipation. When Miss Blanche announced that President Moss himself was in Callahan's outer lobby, the personnel manager spent a hasty minute in straightening up paper debris on his desk. The old man came striding into the room, exhibiting plenty of PEP, and he seated himself briskly on Callahan's sofa. "Sharp eyes, Ralph," he said. "Sharp eyes and a quick wit. This business demands it. That was a sharp notion you had, doing a run-through on Grimswitch. Never trusted that back-slapping fellow." Callahan looked pleased. "Trying to do a job, sir." "Put your finger on it," said Moss. "Hit the nail on the head. It's just like my father said. Trees go dead on the top. Callahan," the boss leaned forward confidentially, "I've got an assignment for you. Big assignment." "Yes, sir," said Callahan eagerly. "If Grimswitch is a sour apple, maybe other department heads are too. And who knows? It knows." Moss pointed a finger at the Personnelovac. "I'm rounding up all the aptitude records of the department heads. They'll be in your hands in the next couple of days. Feed 'em in, root 'em out. Spot the deadwood, Callahan. Act." "Act," echoed Callahan, his face flushed. The old man got up and went over to the brain. "Marvelous machine," he said. "Honest, that's what I like about it." As Moss went out the door, Callahan could have sworn he saw the personnel evac wink. He walked over to it and fingered the lever. It was turned off, all right. It was an interesting week for Callahan. Morgan, the production man, was fired. Grimswitch came up to see the personnel man and tried to punch him in the nose. Fortunately, he was a little too drunk and the blow went wild. Seagram, the ship-evac operator, was fired. Douglas, the treasurer, was permitted to keep his job, but the personnel evac issued a dire threat if improvement wasn't rapidly forthcoming. Wilson, the firm's oldest employee, was fired. In fact, 7 out of General Products' 12 department heads were greeted by the ominous pink card. Callahan, no longer plagued by doubt, felt that life was definitely worth living. He smiled all the time. His memos were snappier than ever. His heels clicked merrily down the office hallways. He had PEP. Then, the most obvious thing in the world happened, and Callahan just hadn't foreseen it. His record card came up. "Have you run through the stack yet?" Miss Blanche asked. Just about." Callahan looked at her guiltily. He pushed his glasses back on the bridge of his nose. "Couple more here," he said. "Well, we might as well finish up. Mr. Moss would like to have the schedule completed this afternoon." "It will be. That's all, Miss Blanche." His secretary shrugged and left. Callahan went to the personnel evac with the record in his hand. The file number was 630. "Don't let me down," he told the brain. He placed the pinholed card into the machine and flipped the lever. It winked, chittered, chortled, and chuckled with almost sinister softness. When the card was burped out at the other end, Callahan took it out with his eyes firmly shut. He walked over to the action chute mechanically. His hand hesitated before he dropped it inside. Then he changed his mind, walked back to the desk, and tore the pink card into the smallest possible shreds. The intercom beeped. "Mr. Moss wants you," said his secretary. "Callahan?" "Yes, sir." "Don't act so innocent, Callahan. Your report isn't complete. It should have been ready by now." "Yes, sir." "You're not acting, Callahan. You're stalling." "No, sir." "Then where's your personnel evac report, Callahan? Eh? Where is it?" Callahan wrung his hands. "Almost ready, sir," he lied. "Just running it through now, sir." "Speed it up. Speed it up. Time's a-wasting, boy. You're not afraid, are you, Callahan?" "No, sir." "Then let's have it. No more delay. Bull by the horns. Expected in an hour, Callahan. Understand?" "Yes, sir." The boss clicked off. Callahan groaned audibly. "What can I do?" he said to himself. He went to the brain and shook his fist helplessly at it. "Damn you!" he cursed. He had to think. He had to think. It was an effort. He jerked about in his swivel chair like a hooked fish. He beat his hands on the desktop. He paced the floor and tore at the roots of his hair. Finally, exhausted, he gave up and flopped ungracefully on the office sofa, abandoning himself to the inevitable. At that precise moment, the mind being the perverse organ it is, he was struck by an inspiration. The Maintain-evac bore an uneasy resemblance to Callahan's own think machine. Wilson, the oldest employee of General Products, had been the operator of the maintenance brain. He had been a nice old duffer, Wilson, always ready to do Callahan a favor. Now that he had been swept out in Callahan's old purge, the personnel manager had to deal with a new man named Lockwood. Lockwood wasn't so easy to deal with. "Stay out of my files, mister," he said. Callahan tried to look superior. "I'm the senior officer around here, Lockwood. Let's not forget that. Them files is my responsibility." Lockwood, a burly young man, stationed himself between Callahan and the file case. "I want to check something. I need the service records of my brain." "Where's your requisition paper?" "I haven't got time for that," said Callahan truthfully. "I need it now, you fool." Lockwood set his face like a Rushmore memorial. "Be a good fellow, can't you?" Callahan quickly saw that wheedling wasn't the answer. "All right," he said, starting for the door. "I just wanted to help you." He opened the door just a crack. Sure enough, Lockwood responded. "How do you mean, help me?" "Didn't you know?" Callahan turned to face him. "I'm running through an aptitude check on the personnel evac. Special department head check. Mr. Moss's orders." "So?" "I was just getting around to yours. But I figured I'd better make sure the brain was functioning properly." He grew confidential. "You know, that darn machine has been firing everyone lately." A little rock slide began on Lockwood's stony face. "Well," he said, "if that's the case—" "I knew you'd understand," said Callahan very smoothly. Eagerly, the personnel manager collated the records of the personnel-evac. They were far more complex than any employee record, and it took Callahan the better part of an hour. Any moment he expected to hear the president's angry voice over the intercom. His anxiety made him fumble, but at last the job was done. He slipped the record, marked by a galaxy of pinholes, into the brain. "Now we'll see," he said grimly. "Now we'll find out what's eating this monster." He flipped the switch. The personnel-evac winked. It was several minutes before it digested the information in its chamber. Then it chittered. It chortled. It chuckled. Callahan held his breath until the burp came. The card appeared. It read: Subject, PV8, mechanical rating 9987, memory rating 9995, last personal vac analysis none, current rating 100, analysis, subject operating at maximum efficiency, equipped to perform at peak level, is completely honest and does not exhibit bias, prejudice, or sentiment in establishing personnel evaluations. Cumulative increase in mnemonic ability, analytic ability improving. Callahan walked slowly over to the action chute as he finished reading the card. However, it read, because of mechanistic approach to humanistic evaluation, subject displays inability to incorporate human equation in analytical computation, resulting in technically accurate but humanistically incorrect deductions. Recommendation: fire him. Callahan dropped the pink card into the chute. In half an hour, the action wheels of General Products concluded their work, and the personnel-evac had winked for the last time. The end of This Success Machine by Henry Slessor.
Unspecialist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unspecialist by Murray F. Yacko. Banner ripped open his orders, read them, stared in disbelief for a quick moment, then cursed wildly while reaching for the telephone. Hello? Gastonia? Yes, I got 'em. What kind of way to waste our time you lunkheads think... Oh, it's you, Colonel. Banner dropped the receiver and let it dangle. He sank into the only soft chair in the apartment and watched hypnotically as the phone's receiver limply coiled and uncoiled at the end of the wire. Somebody knocked on and then opened the door. Hi, pretty boy. You got your orders? Come on in and hear about it, Banner said. He got up from the chair, ran his hands compulsively through his recently short-cropped red hair, hung up the phone, and shoved the orders into his co-pilot's hands. Harcraft read them over 3 times, and then sank into the chair just vacated by Banner. Finally, while Banner poured them both a drink, he managed to blurt, Potato fertilizer and tractor fuel! Oh no! Oh no, no, no! Oh yes, 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 Banner said bitterly. We are heroes of the spaceways, yes indeed. We train for 10 years, acquire great skill in the art of the patrol. We dedicate ourselves to the protection of the Federation. We ready ourselves for war. We gird our young, strong loins. You're getting hysterical, said Harcraft, who poured himself another drink, began pacing the floor, and took up where Banner had left off. We've never even been lost on patrol. And now they do this? It's unbelievable. Potato fertilizer and tractor fuel? We're supposed to travel 36 light years, pick up 1,000 sleds of the stuff, deliver it to some god-forsaken farm planet another 30 years out, and return to base. You know what they'll do then? He turned to Banner, pointed his finger accusingly, and repeated, You know what they'll do then? How would I know? Said Banner, glumly staring into his drink. Well, I can tell you what they'll do. Yes, sir, I can tell you. Harcraft's pudgy face and oversized brown eyes seemed to melt into each other, giving him the appearance of an angry, if not very bright, chimpanzee. Okay, what'll they do? Banner said. They'll give us medals. That's what they'll do. For the safe delivery of 1,000,000 tons of tractor fuel, you two fine specimens of manhood are hereby presented with the Order of the Oil. And for your courageous service in delivering 2,000,000 tons of potato fertilizer, you are also awarded the Shield of... Never mind, Banner said. It could be worse. They could have saddled us with a bean brain. Come on, let's go to some bar and get sober. We're leaving for freight duty at 1700. The bean brain met them at the airlock. My name is Arnold. Here's my orders. Banner stared at Harcraft. Harcraft stared at Arnold. Get inside, said Banner. The bean brain smiled. Could you sort of lead the way? I've never been inside a ship before. If you got some kind of can, it would save a mess. I'll probably vomit a while. They stopped calling him Bean Brain 3 days later. He was still sick, miserably space sick, and neither Banner nor Harcraft had the heart to keep needling him. On the 4th day he managed to get up and around. They ate their first meal together that day. Let's get something straight right off the bat, Banner said. Neither Harcraft nor I got anything against you, except prejudice. That right, Harcraft? Right, Harcraft said. In short, continued Banner, between puffs on a cigarette, all we know is what we've heard. And that's not good, said Harcraft. Item 1, said Banner, blowing smoke at the ceiling ventilator. Patrol Command came up with the Bean Brain idea about 6 months ago. Patrol Command, in its infinite wisdom, has never seen fit to explain why bean brains are sometimes assigned, evidently at random, to small patrol vessels such as this. The orders always state that the passenger will accompany pilot and co-pilot throughout the entire trip, will obey orders, yet is equal in rank to the ship's commanding officer. The Bean Brain has no duties aboard. This seems to make sense, at least since Bean Brains aren't trained for anything and can't do anything. Item 2, said Banner, taking his eyes off the ceiling and pointing a finger at Arnold. I have, or had, 2 good friends, both patrol captains, who had the honor of taxiing Bean Brains around the universe. One never came back. The other, Captain Slatkin, came back and got a big medal for reasons he'll never talk about. And Slatkin liked to brag, said Harcraft knowingly. Arnold stood up slowly. He was a small man, but as he looked up at the ship's pilot and co-pilot, he gave both the impression of height and strength. I'll tell you something, too, he said, speaking slowly as if in pain. I don't know why Bean Brains are assigned to ships like this either. I've never been told. I took the job because I didn't like what I was doing before. I've never had any real training, and this seemed like a chance to do something that sounded like fun. Like I said, I've never been told anything. They tested me for a lot of things, then they gave me my orders and told me to come along. And if you're wondering, I flunked the ESP tests, so there's nothing there. You want to consider me dead weight? Okay, your privilege. Leave me alone if you want to. I'll do the same. Be friendly. I'll be friendly. Ask me to help. I'll do my best. Then he got up and went back to his bunk. During the next 6 weeks, Arnold spent most of the time in his bunk, scanning tapes from the ship's microlibrary on an overhead viewer. At mealtimes, he was polite, offering no further information about himself, yet entering into any conversation that centered around such trivia as terrestrial sports, taxes, money, liquor, food, government agencies. By mutual, if silent, agreement, neither women nor work were discussed. Working in the ship's control room, sometimes together, sometimes spelling each other, Banner and Harcraft speculated bitterly and endlessly about their passenger. Theories to explain his presence, most of them propounded by Harcraft, were created, torn apart, modified, exploded,
in giant sequences of effort which left both men finally exhausted and tired of the whole business. On the second day of the 7th week out, their ennui vanished. A ship was picked up by the spec spanner, and at their delight at the break in routine, they summoned Arnold up to the cabin. "Take a good look," said Banner. "It's an Anchor-Badian ship, probably the first and the last you'll ever see." Arnold watched as Banner's finger tracked a slowly moving point of light across a recessed ceiling screen. "Yes, sir," said Harcraft. "You are looking at the representatives of mankind's only sibling, the noble Anchor-Bades." Then he recited in a sing-song voice, "A simple race, the Anchor-Bades, they wear no clothes and live in caves. But out in space they do in minutes what our ships do at speeds infinite." "Cultural paranoia," added Warcraft. "Huh?" "I mean just what I said. You and a million others recite that ditty, or variations of it every day of the week. It all adds up to the fact that the world is full of small-egged animals who for 10 years have done nothing but just scream that we're about to be attacked by the savage Anchor-Bades." "Tisk tisk," said Banner. "Treason, my lieutenant, treason. Of you I had expected at least a show of chauvinism." "Stop tisk-tisking me," Harcraft said irritably. "You've known how I felt about this mess for a long time." "Yes, indeed," said Banner, yawning. "Ever since you took that micro course in culturology, you have insights into the situation denied to the rest of the race." "Anyway," Harcraft said, making a small adjustment on the screen, "you and countless other atavisms are reacting in a very predictable way. Since you can't reconcile the naked Anchor-Bades and their superior technology, and since they are alien to point of showing no interest whatsoever in our elaborate art, institutions, rituals, and since," piped up Arnold, startling both men, "the human unconscious can't help but equate nakedness with savagery, we have armed our mighty planet to the teeth, convinced that Armageddon is around the corner." "Well," said the surprised Harcraft. "Where'd you pick that up?" asked Banner. "From Captain Slatkin," said Arnold, smiling. "I met him when I was indoctrinated. He took the same micro course in culturology. Of course, he only believed that stuff when he was scared." "Oh, you don't say," said Banner. "Tell us, my little friend, are you too convinced that Armageddon is around the corner? Not that I really think you're capable of having an opinion." "I got plenty of opinions, all right," said Arnold quietly, staring at his shoes. "Opinion number 1 is this. We're not really at war yet, but within the past 2 years, 56 patrol ships have disappeared in the vicinity of our friendly neighbor." "Well, that's not an opinion," Banner said, "and disappeared can mean a lot of things." "Opinion number 2, continued Arnold, scratching himself under an arm. "About the only diplomatic relations we got with them animals is when they write a note complaining about some patrol ship getting too close to some piece of dirt in their system." "Speaking of that, you'll have to excuse me for a moment," Harcraft said. "Stop clowning," snapped Banner. "Listen to him. Here's your chance to get some insight into the nature of the thorn in your side. Go on, Beambrain. Any more opinions?" "Yeah, if you're such a wise guy, tell me why you're here right now. Why?" Arnold's mouth screwed itself into a knowing, bitter smile. "When both of you were children, you heard the story about the big fleet. So you made it into the patrol, spent the rest of your life training, looking, thinking that someday—" Harcraft broke in. "That tale about Anchor-Badian fleet buildup has been discredited a full 1,000 times. When they pried that crazy scout out of his ship, he was an hour away from the crematorium. You try spending 46 days in space without food or water sometime. You'll see hidden arsenals of alien ships till hell won't have it." "And," added Banner, "where is this fleet buildup supposed to take place? The patrol has had every planet in reachable space under scheduled surveillance for the past 20 years. You don't hide 1,000 S-type cruisers in somebody's pocket." "So nobody's scared, huh?" said Arnold.
So the entire Space Command has been playing footsie all over the galaxy for 20 years looking for 1,000 ships that aren't there in the first place? Huh? Routine surveillance, said Harcraft. 1,000 ships, said Arnold, slapping his sweaty forehead. They'll burn through our defense system like... You're a paranoid rabble-rouser, said Banner lightly. We've got work to do up here. How about getting back to your bunk? 2 days later, they made scheduled contact with the caravan of potato fertilizer and tractor fuel. 1,000 sleds, in tandem, were in proper orbit 200 miles above Cedor II. Their orders provided for a landing on the planet and a short ship leave, at the discretion of the ship's pilot to refresh personnel. Banner and Harcraft decided against landing. All necessary contact, now that they were out of hyperdrive, could be accomplished with the ship's radio. Short planetfalls were, psychologically, more trouble than they were worth, often destroying the hard-earned, dedicated space orientation which was their only defense against the abysmal boredom. It's a dull place anyway, explained Harcraft to Arnold, who had come up from the control room. It's a mining and processing settlement, maybe 500 families altogether. Got a funny religion, too. Huh? What kind? Well, began Harcraft breezily, sort of sacrificial, you might say. They believe in killing strangers who annoy their women. A dull place, Arnold agreed, wiping his nose with his sleeve. Speaking of religion, said Banner, I just talked to their monitor on the radio. They've picked up 12 big ships on their scanner during the past 2 days. Anchor baids? Asked Arnold quickly. Uh-huh. But not what you think. It's Easter time or some such thing at home. They all return to the home planet and stay there for about 30 days in the spring. Religious festival. Oh yeah, they paint themselves blue and howl at both of their moons for a month. I read about it once. We'll be home too pretty soon, ventured Harcraft, for whom the return journey was subjectively always short. Let's hitch up to those sleds, Banner said. It's time to get going. 4 weeks later, 2 of the fertilizer sleds went out of phase and automatically cut the ship out of hyperdrive. A welcome diversion, Banner said to Harcraft. You are now about to meet your mortal enemy face to face. Manual labor? Never, said Harcraft, assuming the pose of a man bravely facing the firing squad. Patrol duty is my lifeblood. Even freight duty such as this I can stomach. But manual labor? Please, Captain, let the air out of the ship, if you will, but never shall these hands. Did somebody call me? Asked Arnold, appearing silently. Yeah, said Banner. How'd you like to help? Well, sure. What do you got? Couple sleds are out of phase. You and Harcraft are going to slip into suits and go out and find the trouble. Arnold shrugged. Okay with me. When do we start? Pretty quick, said Banner, who had turned to look at the ship's spec scanner. Looks like we're in a belt of meteorites. We'll be able to match velocities, but we could still be creamed if the path gets too eccentric. Show him the way, Harcraft. I don't want to take any longer than necessary either. Understand? 15 minutes later, both Arnold and Harcraft were out of the airlock, each clutching a new phase unit. Harcraft called instructions to Arnold over his suit's intercom, but within minutes the smaller man was, if anything, more adept at the business of maneuvering himself through the void than his teacher. They replaced the phase unit in the first sled, the 50th from the ship, with Harcraft doing the work and Arnold watching. Can you do the next one alone? Harcraft asked. Easy as pie, Arnold said. Where is it? About 200 sleds farther back. Numbers on the side. Number 263. Can you remember? I ain't dumb. Where you gonna be? Back in the ship. We'll be waiting for you. Back again in the control cabin with Banner, Harcraft was about to congratulate himself on inventing the apprentice system, when a piercing scream brought both men to their feet. It's Arnold, Banner said. Arnold, are you all right? Harcraft pushed Banner away from the speaker. Arnold, what's wrong? You okay? The speaker remained silent. You better suit up, Banner said quietly. Yeah, Harcraft said, staring dumbly at the speaker. Yeah, I better suit up. Wait, Better take a look on the view screen. Hey, he's coming this way! Quick, get ready at the airlock! It was 15 minutes before they could get anything out of him, and then he wasn't too coherent. They gave him an injection of Herodine to quiet him down, but his eyes still rolled wildly, and all he could manage was, "Big hunk of rock! Big hunk of rock! Rock! Quick! Monkey ships!" Any idea what he's talking about? No, Banner said thoughtfully. There was a sizable meteorite that came pretty close while you were on your way back to the ship, but I'd already tracked it before either one of you went outside. How close? Visually, a dozen kilometers, I'd guess. I could run the tape if you... Velocities are almost the same? Asked Harcraft, who was now fiddling with the view screen controls. Yeah, shouldn't be too hard to find. How about lugging Bean Brain back to his bunk? I'll run the tape, then you can plot it on the screen. When Harcraft returned to the control cabin, Banner had already plotted it on the screen. I'll say it's a big piece of rock, about 4 kilometers in diameter. Yeah, but nothing out of order. Uh-huh. Let me turn up the magnification a little and see if... Banner watched as Harcraft turned the control buttons, skillfully increasing magnification without losing hold of the view. Suddenly the object exploded into iridescence. What? Watch, Harcraft said. He bumped the magnification as much as he dared. The Anchor-Badian fleet, said Banner between clenched teeth. They spent the next hour scanning the ship's micro-library for anything at all on Anchor-Badian religious practices. There was nothing. Arnold awoke in another hour and seemed remarkably free of hysteria. What do you know about our friend's religious holiday? Asked Banner. We checked the library without any luck. Arnold scratched the side of his face. Let me think. Yeah, I remember. They go home to celebrate spring, like you said. They all go home? Uh-huh, they got to. Only time they can mate. Only place, too. How long they stay? I've heard it's about one of our months, but we have to know exactly. That's all I know. Read it someplace a long time ago. Can I go back to sleep now? Go back to sleep, said Banner. They spent the next 3 hours maneuvering carefully around the asteroid. They took 6,000 feet of movies and stared at the projections for another 3 hours. 1,730 silvery needles flashed reflected starlight into astonished, wild eyes. At least, whispered Banner, there's nobody there. A lot of good that does us. They'll be back from their home planet in a few weeks, just as soon as the breeding season is over. Why should they leave anybody here? There's not a map in the galaxy that indicates the position of this piece of rock, and we haven't any weapons. I don't suppose the computer... You can't compute an orbit without at least one more reference point. Besides, we're 4 weeks from any kind of fleet contact. Great. In other words, they'll be back here, ready to roll before we can even tell anybody that we don't know how to find it again. Right. And since there's not any room left to park another ship of that size, it's a pretty safe assumption that they're ready to roll. Armageddon, muttered Harcraft. You sure we don't have anything to... Weapons? Yeah, we have a pistol and 3 small nitro packs in a locker someplace. You couldn't even blow your way inside one of those ships. And if you could, you'd spend 2 weeks and then blow yourself to hell before you'd know anything about the armament. Okay, let's land and look around. Go get Arnold. They cut off the sleds and plunged down, landing between 2 of the ships. Before putting on suits, Banner sent Arnold to the locker to get the 3 nitro packs. He hoped it would help him overcome the terrible feeling of nakedness and impotence. They spent only a little time out of the ship. There was nothing to see that hadn't been seen before, and the heavy artificial gravity generated by the alien ships, coupled with a maze of deep crevices, made walking difficult and dangerous. Back in the control cabin, Banner turned to Harcraft. Any ideas? Ideas? You mean for saving Homo sapiens? I'm afraid not. I simply do not feel up to saving 6 billion sentient organisms today. I feel... You're getting hysterical, said Banner, whose own tight, small voice was barely audible. I got an opinion, said Arnold. You guys stop crying for a minute and I'll tell you. It took him 5 minutes to explain the whole thing. When he was through, both Banner and Harcraft turned him down flat. Not a chance, said Banner. It would take a week to set the thing up, and then it wouldn't work. Our best chance is a long one, but maybe we'll make it. We're 4 weeks away from any fleet contact, but it's the only sensible course of action. And that makes it a total of 8 weeks, with 4 weeks to get back here. That's 2 months, said Arnold. You think they're going to wait 2 months before they shove out of here? Maybe not, Banner said, but that's the only thing to do. And the sooner we get started, the better the chances. Let's get going. You look here, Arnold began. No more opinions, Beanbrain. You're not entitled to an opinion. You think we should take your word for everything you told us? Tell me why. You said yourself you never had any training. So you're guessing and hoping. It would take a staff of 24 highly specialized technicians to even evaluate your idea, much less put it into action. Hell, man, face it. What do you know about geology, chemistry, mining? What do you know about anything? Arnold pointed a trembling finger at Banner. Look, I told you guys that I know rock. I know plenty of gardening, too. I gave you guys a chance to say okay, but you still say no? Have it your way, but we'll do it my way. Both Banner and Harcraft found themselves staring into the barrel of the ship's only weapon. Harcraft recovered from his astonishment quicker than Banner. Okay, Beanbrain, have it your way. Quickly, casually, he started for the cabin door. Then, with such speed that Banner hardly saw the movement, he chopped down viciously toward Arnold's wrist with the edge of his hand. Harcraft recovered consciousness a half an hour later. Don't try that again, little boy, said Arnold, with unconcealed hatred. I'll give you another 30 minutes to catch your breath. Then we all go to work. It took 10 days instead of 7. Under Arnold's close supervision, they made the ship perform like a tractor, an air hammer, a foundation borer, and an angle dozer. Once, when they told him that some particular maneuver couldn't be done, he took the controls himself, and came so close to killing them all that Banner, out of sheer terror, took over and made it do the things Arnold decreed necessary. Finally, it was finished. 2 million tons of potato fertilizer, 1 million tons of tractor fuel, combined into a slimy pulp, lay jammed into the largest crevice on the asteroid. A few hours later, they were 1,000 miles out in space. Now? Asked Banner. Now, said Arnold. With the view screen at maximum magnification, they watched as the asteroid blew itself into 1,000 million pieces. In the control cabin, a short week away from fleet contact, Banner was still gloating over the movies. Look at these, before and after. How many medals do you think we can carry on our strong, manly chests? I really couldn't care less, answered Harcraft. While you've been sitting there enriching your fantasy life, I've solved the mystery of mysteries. Out with it. Okay. While our little friend has been lying in his bunk, ruining his beady eyes on the microviewer, I've been asking myself significant questions. Question number 1. What kind of person does it take to survive the inactivity and boredom of 3, 4, maybe 6 months in a space can like this? Answer. It takes a highly trained and conditioned person such as yours truly or yourself. Arnold is obviously not such a person. Obviously. Question number 2. Under what circumstances can a person as obviously intelligent as Arnold manage not to become a highly specialized member of society? And last, what kind of person can be so revoltingly unspecialized as to know, with fanatical certainty, that the main ingredient of a good potato fertilizer is ammonium nitrate, that such a substance is rather ineffective as an explosive unless you mix it with a good oxidizable material, such as diesel fuel, that a 4 square mile chunk of rock is brittle, and don't forget to add another nice facet, that he's a lot cleverer in the manly art of self-defense than you'll ever be. I acknowledge my humiliation and at the same time repeat my question. What kind of person can be so unspecialized and at the same time so miserably competent?
I give up. Do you really know the answer? I know this. I know that whoever he is, it makes good sense to send somebody like him along with two over-specialized robots like us. Look at us. You couldn't pull a cotter pin with a pair of pliers if you knew what a cotter pin was. As for myself, if I'd gotten that gun away from Arnold, I'm not even sure I'd have known how to fire it. Which still doesn't answer any questions. There are still 100 places on our primitive homeland that provide the answer, said Harcraft thoughtfully. Places where men spend half the year working with vegetables and fertilizer. And the other half breaking rock with a sledgehammer? Yes, and there's probably no better place than a cell to train for the isolation of space. Uh-huh. It also explains a certain familiarity with makeshift explosives and weapons. And, Brother Beanbrain, summed up Harcraft wistfully, what better place in the universe to find asylum from specialization? End of Unspecialist by Murray F. Yako.
By Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. What's He Doing in There? By Fritz Leiber. He went where no Martian ever went before. But would he come out? Or had he gone for good? The professor was congratulating Earth's first visitor from another planet on his wisdom in getting in touch with a cultural anthropologist before contacting any other scientists, or governments, God forbid, and in learning English from radio and TV before landing from his orbit-parked rocket, when the Martian stood up and said hesitantly, "Excuse me, please, but where is it?" That baffled the professor, and the Martian seemed to grow anxious. At least his long mouth curved upward, and he had earlier explained that it curling downward was his smile. And he repeated, "Please, where is it?" He was surprisingly humanoid in most respects, but his complexion was textured so like the rich dark armchair he'd just been occupying that the professor's pinstriped gray suit, which he had eagerly consented to wear, seemed an arbitrary interruption between him and the chair, a sort of Mother Hubbard dress on a phantom conjured from its leather. The professor's wife, always a perceptive hostess, came to her husband's rescue by saying with equal rapidity, "Top of the stairs, end of the hall, last door." The Martian's mouth curled happily downward, and he said, "Thank you very much," and was off. Comprehension burst on the professor. He caught up with his guest at the foot of the stairs. "Here, I'll show you the way," he said. "No, I can find it myself, thank you," the Martian assured him. Something rather final in the Martian's tone made the professor desist, and after watching his visitor sway up the stairs with an almost hypnotic, softly jogging movement, he rejoined his wife in the study, saying wonderingly, "Who'd have thought it, by George, function taboos as strict as our own." "I'm glad some of your professional visitors maintain 'em," his wife said darkly. "But this one's from Mars, darling, and to find out he's, well, similar in an aspect of his life is as thrilling as the discovery that water is burned hydrogen. When I think of the day, not far distant, when I'll put his entries in the cross-cultural index." He was still rhapsodizing when the professor's little son raced in. "Pop, the Martian's gone in the bathroom." "Hush, dear, manners." Now it's perfectly natural, darling, that the boy should notice and be excited. Yes, son, the Martian's not so very different from us. "Oh, certainly," the professor's wife said with a trace of bitterness. "I don't imagine his turquoise complexion will cause any comments at all when you bring him to a faculty reception. They'll just figure he's had a hard night, and that he's got that baby elephant nose sniffing around for assistant professorships." "Really, darling, he probably thinks of our noses as disagreeably amputated and paralyzed." "Well, anyway, Pop, he's in the bathroom. I followed him when he squiggled upstairs." "Now, son, you shouldn't have done that. He's on a strange planet, and it might make him nervous if he thought he was being spied on. We must show him every courtesy." By George, I can't wait to discuss these things with Ackerly Ramsbottom. When I think of how much more this encounter has to give the anthropologist than even the physicist or astronomer." He was still going strong on his second rhapsody when he was interrupted by another high-speed entrance. It was the Professor's coltish daughter. "Mom, Pop, the Martians—" "Hush, dear, we know." The Professor's coltish daughter regained her adolescent poise, which was considerable. "Well, he's still in there," she said. "I just tried the door and it was locked." "I'm glad it was," the Professor said, while his wife added, "Yes, you can't be sure what—" and caught herself. "Really, dear, that was very bad manners." "I thought he'd come downstairs long ago," her daughter explained. "He's been in there an awfully long time. It must have been a half hour ago that I saw him gyre and gimble upstairs in that real gone way he has, with Nosy here following him." The Professor's coltish daughter was currently soaking up both Jive and Alice. When the Professor checked his wristwatch, his expression grew troubled. "By George, he is taking his time. Though, of course, we don't know how much time Martians— I wonder." "I listened for a while, Pop," his son volunteered. "He was running the water a lot." "Running the water, eh? We know Mars is a water-starved planet. I suppose that in the presence of unlimited water he might be seized by a kind of madness and— But he seemed so well-adjusted." Then his wife spoke, voicing all their thoughts. Her outlook on life gave her a naturally sepulchral voice. "What's he doing in there?" 20 minutes and at least as many fantastic suggestions later, the Professor glanced again at his watch and nerved himself for action. Motioning his family aside, he mounted the stairs and tiptoed down the hall. He paused only once to shake his head and mutter under his breath, "By George, I wish I had Fenchurch or von Gottschalk here. They're a shade better than I am on intercultural contracts, especially taboo breakings and affronts." His family followed him at a short distance. The Professor stopped in front of the bathroom door. Everything was quiet as death. He listened for a minute and then rapped measuredly, steadying his hand by clutching its wrist with the other. There was a faint splashing, but no other sound. Another minute passed. The Professor rapped again. Now there was no response at all. He very gingerly tried the knob. The door was still locked. When they had retreated to the stairs, it was the Professor's wife who once more voiced their thoughts. This time her voice carried overtones of supernatural horror. "What's he doing in there?" "He may be dead or dying," the Professor's coltish daughter suggested briskly. "Maybe we ought to call the fire department like they did for old Mrs. Frisbee." The Professor winced. "I'm afraid you haven't visualized the complications, dear," he said gently. "No one but ourselves knows that the Martian is on Earth, or even has the slightest inkling that interplanetary travel has been achieved. Whatever we do, it will have to be on our own. But to break in on a creature engaged in, well, we don't know what primal private activity, is still against all anthropological practice. Still—" "Dying's a primal activity," his daughter said crisply. "So's ritual bathing before mass murder," his wife added. "Please." "Still, as I was about to say, we do have the moral duty to succor him, if, as you all too reasonably suggest, he has been incapacitated by a germ or virus, or, more likely, by some simple environmental factor, such as Earth's greater gravity. Tell you what, Pop, I can look in the bathroom window and see what he's doing. All I have to do is crawl out of my bedroom window and along the gutter a little ways. It's safe as houses." The Professor's question, beginning with, "Son, how do you know?" died unuttered, and he refused to notice the words his daughter was voicing silently at her brother. He glanced at his wife's sardonically composed face, thought once more of the fire department and of other and larger and even more jealous, or would it be skeptical, government agencies, and clutched at the straw offered him. 10 minutes later he was quite unnecessarily assisting his son back through the bedroom window. "Gee, Pop, I couldn't see a sign of him. That's why I took so long. Hey, Pop, don't look so scared. He's in there sure enough. It's just that the bathtub's under the window and you have to get real close up to see into it." "The Martian's taking a bath?" "Yep. Got it full up and just the end of his little old schnozzle sticking out. Your suit, Pop, was hanging on the door." The one word the Professor's wife spoke was like a death knell. Drowned? No, Ma, I don't think so. His schnozzle was opening and closing regular like. Maybe he's a shape changer, the professor's coltish daughter said in a burst of evil fantasy. Maybe he softens in water and thins out after a while until he's like an eel, and then he'll go exploring through the sewer pipes. Wouldn't it be funny if he went under the street and knocked up on the stopper from underneath and crawled into the bathtub with President Rexford, or Mrs. President Rexford, or maybe right into the middle of one of Janie Rexford's "Oh, I'm so sexy" bubble baths? Please! The professor put his hand to his eyebrows and kept it there, cuddling the elbow in his other hand. Well, have you thought of something? The professor's wife asked him after a bit. What are you going to do? The professor dropped his hand and blinked his eyes hard and took a deep breath. Telegraph Fenchurch and Ackerley Ramsbottom, and then break in, he said in a resigned voice, into which nevertheless a note of hope seemed also to have come. First, however, I'm going to wait until morning. And he sat down cross-legged in the hall a few yards from the bathroom door and folded his arms. So the long vigil commenced. The professor's family shared it, and he offered no objection. Other and sterner men, he told himself, might claim to be able to successfully order their children to go to bed when there was a Martian locked in the bathroom, but he would like to see them faced with the situation. Finally, dawn began to seep from the bedrooms. When the bulb in the hall had grown quite dim, the professor unfolded his arms. Just then there was a loud splashing in the bathroom. The professor's family looked toward the door. The splashing stopped, and they heard the Martian moving around. Then the door opened, and the Martian appeared in the professor's gray pinstripe suit. His mouth curled sharply downward in a broad alien smile as he saw the professor. "Good morning," the Martian said happily. "I've never slept better in my life, even in my own little wet bed back on Mars." He looked around more closely, and his mouth straightened. "But where did you all sleep?" he asked. "Don't tell me you stayed dry all night. You didn't give up your only bed to me." His mouth curled upward in misery. "Oh, dear," he said. "I'm afraid I've made a mistake somehow. Yet I don't understand how. Before I studied you, I didn't know what your sleeping habits would be, but that question was answered for me. In fact, it looked so reassuringly homelike when I saw those brief TV scenes of your females ready for sleep in their little tubs. Of course, on Mars, only the fortunate can always be sure of sleeping wet. But here, with your abundance of water, I thought there would be wet beds for all." He paused. "It's true I had some doubts last night, wondering if I'd used the right words and all, but then when you rapped good night to me, I splashed the sentiment back at you and went to sleep in a wink. But I'm afraid that somewhere I've blundered and—" "No, no, dear chap," the professor managed to say. He had been waving his hand in a gentle circle for some time in token that he wanted to interrupt. "Everything is quite all right. It's true we stayed up all night, but please consider that as a watch, an honor guard, by George, which we kept to indicate our esteem." End of What's He Doing in There? By Fritz Leiber.